to the city of Miami. So if the board wants to do something otherwise, you can direct them to do that.
This is part of the problem. We were still playing under the old city manager and the games that he had, trying to punish me anywhere I was. Nowhere in the deal that we had back then between the city, the county, and the CRA did he say that all this had to happen. Now, I certainly don't mind, but I don't want to go into the city of Miami, and then we're going to be going through what we did recently, that we had to wait a year or more in order to have that money transferred.
That's not going to happen, Vice Chairman. I've already made it very clear to Mr. Walker that we want this money transferred. It's part of my commitment. I think it's important what happens in Maurice Ferre Park. I think some of the bad things that have happened there need to be addressed. That's a different conversation. But the commitment that was made many years ago, that when I wasn't chair of the Omni CRA, I think at least as long as I'm chair of this CRA, make sure that I live up to my commitments, and my word is my bond. I gave you my word.
I appreciate it very much. So,
and we'll get
the statement that I made last time, I'll take this fiscal year out, so that all that I got to deal with is the fiscal years before you got there as chairman.
You can believe that on Russell. Right now, focus on me. And
well,
Commissioner Russell, you can laugh every once in a while. It's okay to laugh along.
This is not
levity matters, but it is important. But seriousness matters too. There's a commitment that I made, and when I make a commitment, especially all commitments, but a public commitment in particular, that you were going to, that your park was going to get what it was promised, what's going to happen right now. So I'll entertain a motion now to pass this. Anybody wants to address it, or anybody wants to make a motion?
I make the motion.
I'll second the motion. Commissioner Russell, you have any comments, or Commissioner Reyes?
No.
Yes, I do have a sense.
The only comment that I have is thank you very much, because this will do away with all that controversy, and I think that you did the right thing. Congratulations.
I think it's important to, we have a lot of important things to do in the city of Miami, and we can put away, take things off the table that may create issues and controversies and importance. When we're having so many other serious conversations, I think it's important. And I think we shouldn't belabor the point and just get things done. Commissioner Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you. No, and I'm glad to second the item. As with you, there's never been an intention to go back on the obligation of the $2 million whatsoever. Where the budget did pull some of that out and use it for something else that got reallocated, that was not through my office. That was completely through the city. And so that money was intended to be used by the Bayfront Park Trust for Maurice Ferre Park, period, at their discretion. So whether it happens now or whether it happens at the extension, it doesn't matter to me. But I of course have a sense of humor, and I get that you're having levity, but I know that Commissioner Carrillo is serious. He really feels that there has been impropriety there, and there has not. There's not been impropriety. It's been bookkeeping. The obligations are there, and I'm happy to second this to make sure he's comfortable that the promises are coming to fruition now.
Well, I appreciate that, Commissioner Russell, but let me say this, that this is not about putting blame. I'm not here to put the blame. I'm here to collect the money. And while Commissioner Diaz-Lepretilla has cured this fiscal year, and I'm sure that as long as he's there, and at least as long as I'm at Bayfront Park, we're not going to have this issue anymore. There is still the question that in the prior years, while you were chairman, for whatever the reason, there's, I don't know, $7-8 million that are still outstanding. Do you know the amount up to date, not including interest, Mr. Walker?
I believe it's not including this payment. I'm sorry, not including this payment, it's including this payment, it's 6 million.
Well, it's 6 million that you're saying that's left. Okay, not including this payment. All right, well, you saw how long it took him to figure it out, 6 million. So
So I
imagine-
had my microphone on mute, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, that's fine. But imagine if, your microphone's been in mute for all these years. How can you even figure out how to pay this back? So how can you, for 3 past years, have been sending the state statements that you have a balanced budget when you don't, and you have no idea where that money's going to come from to make those payments? And this is a point that I was trying to make. But, we'll try to deal with that in-house, hopefully, and move forward into the future. But I thank all of you. I thank Commissioner Russell for his vote, and particularly the chairman for having done that. And I am sure that you all are going to be proud of what we're going to do there, because we're going to go at it in a 2-pronged expenditure. One is to spend the money in ways that is going to bring us additional money, recurring revenue, to run Ferre Park, so that Bayfront Park doesn't have to put that much money into it every year. At the same time, providing the additional parking that the park is going to need. Because as you all know, we have these 2 huge museums there, not to mention other activities in the park, and we have very little parking space. Before COVID-19, with off-street parking taking over, we were doing quite well there. So there's an area that we're looking to expand the parking in that we could use that money for. Addition to that,
Is that area, I'm sorry, Commissioner, to interrupt you, is that area, but I need, is that area in front, is it that median, across the street, or is it inside the
no,
park?
it's right next door to the parking we have now,
Okay.
in back of the water plant.
Okay,
It's not being used, and you got these mounts that are really ugly. So we're trying to figure out what's there so that we could accomplish that. Secondly, we want to do a dog park that we're moving forward now for the future, because I don't think COVID-19 is going to be on us like this forever. We want to do a nice playground for kids. I do believe in kids, even though some don't want us to reproduce anymore. I do believe in playgrounds for those of us that want to keep the human race moving into the future. So the kids can have a
and the
place-
doggy park is important too, so you want to do the doggy park also, right?
Absolutely. That's the first thing we're moving with
That's awesome.
right now as we speak.
I'm a big dog lover, I know, you
And
may have read
we
about
wanna
that in the paper.
Something grandeur in the memory of Maurice Ferre in particular. That once we have some renderings, we will bring to you, but you're all going to be really proud of it. And it's going to be a central focal point for this whole county. So I thank you all for it.
Well, Commissioner, your commitment to Bayfront Park and Commissioner Russell's commitment to green space in Miami, in the city of Miami, the under deck that we're going to do over there by the Omni CRA and the Overtown CRA, and these are things that matter. This is a quality of life issue for me, and I know that with the doggy park over there in that community, that part of Miami is so important. I think it's a real good venture that you're undertaking here, and I want to thank you for that. And I think that that's a good way to spend these dollars, and what you're doing, what your vision is. But again, anything I can do to expedite the delivery of those dollars, if Mr. Walker gets me a check tomorrow, I'll hand deliver it to you, to make sure that we can move forward and begin to get these projects that you have in mind, that you envision for that area done. So I'm more than happy to invest these dollars into the idea and the vision that you have for Bayfront Park and Maurice Ferre Park.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Walker, you heard the chairman. I won't say anything more. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chair,
Aye.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
sorry,
I'm
that you
sorry.
do need to open it up to the public to comment. And
Oh, I'm
because it's a
sorry, I'm
pocket
sorry.
item, I would
I
suggest. that
thought you
we
told me there was no
begin.
public. Is there public comment? We open it up for the public to comment. Is there any public comment? There's no public comment, so we'll close the comment period, and we'll vote on it. All those in favor, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I voted aye, of course. It passes. Now we're going to go to the 5 different issues that we have before our CRA. Mr. Walker, you're recognized to explain to us what those projects are. We also have on hand the different people involved in these different projects. That's all for the advancement of the Omni CRA area, the redevelopment that we want to do there. And I think these are, we've been very much vetted by our staff and by me personally to make sure that they make sense for how we move forward that part of our city. So Mr. Walker, can you walk us through it and walk everybody through it? Walker, walk us through it.
Thank you, sir. Resolution number 1 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Omni
Maybe
Redevelopment.
can you get closer, because I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Resolution number 1 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Omni Redevelopment District, accepting the proposal received on September 11, 2019 pursuant to the request for proposals number 992381 for the development of 2035, 2037, and 2043 North Miami Avenue. Approval of a grant in the amount of $9,900,000 with Magellan Housing LLC developer. Board members, this resolution, we purchased this property about 2 years ago. We sent out an RFP for development of affordable housing. 3 people responded to that RFP in 2019. The City of Miami Procurement Office led the process. That process resulted in a winner being recommended for approval. That approval is for Magellan Housing LLC. The project anticipates a total value of $39.9 million, consisting of approximately 6,700 square feet of ground retail and approximately 104 mixed income residential units. The CRA's contribution to this project is $15.9 million, consisting of a land contribution of $6 million and a cash grant of $9.9 million. Rents for the apartments will be restricted for a 50-year term in accordance with the development agreement and restrictive covenant.
Before you talk about the restrictions, talk a little bit about the unique revenue share that we're doing in this project, which will be sort of a model for what we want to do down the line in a lot of these developments.
Yes, sir. The developer is agreeing to share 45% of the annual rent payments above the $30 per square foot that is received from the ground retail space of the 6,711 square feet of commercial
So the
space.
retail space, the city, the CRA in the city will get 45%.
Correct.
So it's the first time that we're beginning to do something that where government all of a sudden says we're going to make money instead of expend dollars. Grants here and grants there. Now we're going to get something in return. We'll give the grants, we'll spur redevelopment, but we want, once it redevelops and they start making money, they have to start sharing that money with the city. So
Correct, sir.
that's what's unique about it. And I think that's important because I sort of want to create that model for everything else that we do. Now, not everybody's going to be agreeing to, or will be agreeing to doing the 45% revenue share, but some people do 3%, some will do 20, it depends, and we'll give less money up front, we'll get more revenue share, and we'll figure it out. But these are business deals that I think that are important when government starts thinking like a business and not like a government, and be more efficient and be generating dollars so that we have more dollars coming back to our city. Commissioner Reyes, you recognize, sir.
Yes, I really congratulate you for this model. I think that it's a fantastic private-public partnership.
I can't hear you. I mean, maybe it's my own my own audio.
Well, my microphone says that it's on, but I said that this is a great public-private partnership, and I think this is the way to go. And this model we should implement it every place. Now, one thing that I wanted to ask is in the partnership, it extends to rentals also, or it only is the business part of the development, the one that is going to share the revenues?
Currently,
It's only the retail.
The
I'm
retail.
sorry, Mr. Walker. It's a retail portion, which is the bottom part. I think, I'll tell you the square footage. I don't know how much square footage we have.
6,700.
How much?
6,700.
Yeah. So it's a retail part. So it's a mixed use development, right? So when we have the retail space, we get we get a revenue share with that. Then we have a number of units at different AMIs. I know it's a big issue for you, Commissioner
That's right.
Reyes. So I want Mr. Walker to walk us through everything we're doing with AMI in this particular project. Remember, it's specific to this area. So I'll they come at you, and I agree with you on this. They come at you and they say, "Oh, 140 AMI works," but that's not really, because that's not true. Because 140 AMI here is above market rate.
That's
But
right.
they'll come at you and say, "Oh, we're doing affordable workforce housing at 140 AMI." That's not true in this area. It may be true 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when the area develops, but that's not true today. So we sort of worked out a deal that took that into account, relative to the particular area in the city of Miami we're talking about. So can you walk us through, Mr. Walker, what we're doing with the AMI?
That was going to be my next question, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
I know. That's what I expected as much. So I wanted to explain so you feel comfortable with what we're doing. I think it's a pretty good deal for the city.
Yes, sir.
And before it's all over, I think that your dislike of CRAs may improve over the next year or so.
No. Let me correct that. I don't dislike CRAs. I love CRAs, and I want to remind you.
I got to make them more efficient. I get it.
No. I have to remind you that the first CRA that
You did it.
was established, I did it. Over Town Park Redevelopment Project. But the thing is that there's a time when all the area is developed, that it have to sunset, and then the additional revenues that is receiving should be spread out, in the city, and help the other areas that they are underdeveloped. You see? And
I
then
agree,
we form.
and I agree with you. So I cannot, moving down the line, because I try to see what's going to happen down the line as we try to expand the CRA to Alpata and all that. I have to figure out a way, as we make better deals in these CRAs, to get your buy-in to what we're doing. So that you say, I agree. We can have the private discussions, but we can have the public ones. I say, look,
Absolutely.
help me make Alpata a place that can benefit
Yes.
from some of all the rich areas that we have here in Miami, that Alpata and our poor neighborhoods can benefit. That's what I want. And whatever that formula is and how we get there, that's a conversation we'll have. But I want to get there.
No, but I want you, to understand that I before you came in, I'm a big proponent of having a CRA in Alpata. And another place that we should put more money on it and try to get more benefits. It's in areas as Little Havana and Liberty City.
Correct.
I'm not proposing a CRA for my district, because we don't have so much blighted areas as you have. We have poverty, which is different. You see, we have poverty, and I do understand the concept. I was an economist for the first one, and I worked very hard in the first one, and I do understand that we need them, but I do also understand that it gets to a time that has to sunset and let all the CRAs come in.
Correct. And by the way, that expansion, which Commissioner Chairman Hardiman, you're not going to be around because you're moving to greener pastures. But we're going to continue to honor what you wanted to do in expanding that CRA to some other areas of the district you now represent. You'll represent again as a county commissioner at the end of the day, right? So I know that when you get to the county commissioner, you're not going to all of a sudden become a county commissioner. That in your heart, you'll always remain a city commissioner and our chairman, and you will always understand our perspective, especially when it comes to CARES dollars and all that. But that's a different conversation we'll have later on.
I hope we don't need it again.
hopefully we won't lose you to the dark side, I think, right? You'll stay as a city commissioner, and the importance of the urban core and urban redevelopment and these areas that have been neglected for too long, whether it's Alapata or Liberty City or parts of Little Havana where I grew up in. Those areas are important that we have to, again, shift the wealth. And by the way, I had a friend of mine who's a hardcore Republican send me a text after I made that ridiculous comment I made about redistribution of wealth. And he called me Alex Ocasio-Cortez, and that's not a good thing.
Alex.
No. That's not a good thing. He said, "Are you now?" He said, "Are you now Alex Ocasio-Cortez?" I go, "No, I'm not. But it's just a way of saying that we beyond partisanship and beyond politics, we have a city that has a lot of poverty, and I think that it's good for us to do things to help redevelop some of these areas. So I think CRA's help in that effort. They may not be a perfect solution. I agree with that. They have their flaws, but they do help. It's a mechanism to get there. And so I appreciate your words, Commissioner Reyes, and your comments. And actually, before I was here, when I was doing state stuff, you were working in the city, and you were way before I was here. I'm not gonna call you old again because I think you got a little bit of
No. Listen,
today. But you were doing all this stuff before I got around. Before I came around, you were doing all this stuff. So I know, I get it.
Listen,
Thank you.
I am old, and the only thing that I tell the people that are younger than me, I got there.
Well,
Now it is your problem. Now it is your problem to get.
But by the way, both you and I can talk, can say a lot about persistence.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That common trait.
We never gave up, Commissioner, right?
Never give up. Never.
Exactly.
And by the way, don't let the other side monopolize I mean, if I would say the titles, because you are a fiscal conservative individual, just like I am. It
Yes.
doesn't mean that we don't care, and we want to help the people that needs it the most. And but the thing is that we go a different route. We don't believe that the government should be that paternalistic model. We know that it doesn't work because we know it by experience, and we go different route. This is a good example. Is what you're doing with this development. That is a great. I would say that a partnership is a public private partnership that will benefit a lot of people. You see, you don't have to. The city of Miami doesn't have to confiscate all that land and then develop it and give it to somebody that is very inefficient and is going to manage it. That's what we are against. You see?
Are there any additional comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Do we have a motion yet on item number 1?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I think Mr. Walker was gonna. I think we're gonna try to do them all together, right?
Oh, okay.
Yes, I think it will be better.
Okay, yeah, it's faster. So Mr. Walker, do it very quickly, but
Yes,
be
sir.
precise. But talk about a little bit of the AMI quickly, and not to take up too much time. We have a lot of work to do today, I know. But
Yes,
talk
sir.
about all different projects and just get them passed if everybody agrees to them.
Yes, sir. Like I said before, this agreement covers a 50-year restriction on the rent. The Wynwood Works will consist of 42 studios, 43 one-bedrooms, 12 two-bedrooms, and 7 three-bedroom apartment homes. The AMI breakdown is 10% units at 30% AMI or below, 10% of the units at 50% AMI below, and 80% of the units at 120 AMI below.
Why 100 and so many at 120? Why don't you have 80, some at 80 or 100? Because you're jumping from 60, to 120. In between, there is a gap. I don't know that I'm just making that suggestion that you can work it out, because from 60 to 120, that's a big jump. And then you have a great gap of people that they are at 80% and 100%, that they're going to be left out. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize Commissioner Russell.
Thank you. Obviously, the amount of affordability that can be given is a combination of what grants we put forward, and in this case, the 9.9 plus the value of the land, and what's, possible for the developer. We're doing this in a way that we're incentivizing a developer, but not putting it all on their shoulders. I think this blend, first of all, you should be really proud that this is the only affordable housing project in all of Wynwood, an area that has become so gentrified that the very artists who made it can no longer live there. Now they can again, especially in the way that you've structured the units so that there are live work units and the lofts so that artists can be there, make art, sell art. And then the whole thing has a whole art element to it on the outside. I mean, this I believe is what the CRA should be doing by having purchased land and then putting it forward for projects like this in the flavor that we believe is right. And it hadn't done that before our generation of a CRA board here. And so I'm very much in favor of this. I do believe it's a good blend, and I think it's a win for us.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's the 120. Remember, this is a Wynwood area. Wynwood has gotten very expensive. So we have to understand that too. So the market rate there is a lot more. My fight has always been, because I agree with you, Commissioner Reyes, that 140 is too high. I don't completely agree with you that 100 is the right number. I'm probably somewhere at 110 in these dealings and as I do it. And 120 for this particular project in this particular area was kind of the place that I was thinking that we can land. And we did enough at 30%, and we did enough at 50% to get some of those people that can now live there, can never live there because of the high value now, the expensive nature of Wynwood now. It was sort of like in every project, the way I'm looking at it, to explain to you, Commissioner Reyes, the way I look at it is kind of like every project I deal with it individually. And this one makes sense for me. And as I try to do more of these, as long as I'm here, right, as chair here, I will try to maybe come up with better deals. Okay, not all my deals are going to be perfect, but I'm trying to get there. And there'll be others. You'll see them. There'll be others that are coming around the corner that you'll see a little bit more of what you want to do. There'll be a balance, like everything we do in government. There's a balance, right? And I think you'll be happy with what we're doing in this particular project, and the others that Mr. Walker's going to present now as we move forward. You're muted, sir.
Vicky, are you muting me all the time?
No. I think Vicky's behind the whole thing here.
That's right. That's right.
Blame it on Vicky.
I'm going to blame Vicky.
I can only mute you in Teams. I only mute you in Teams. I can't do it in Zoom. So it's not my fault.
Okay, because you have that tendency of muting me, I do understand that, and this is a deal, and I'm glad that it came down from 140 to at least 120. But I think that there is a gap, and what I'm saying, I'm not so much opposed to 120. But what I'm saying is that there is a portion of the population that also could be and should be also included, and those are the ones that they are between 120 and 80. I mean, and so,
right. And
that is what I want to.
Right. And what I plan to do, my thinking is that I'm going to have a lot of the 100 AMI stuff going on a little bit further west of Alpata, which is a neighborhood that's up and coming, but that we can still get away with a lot of 100 to create that mix. So as we expand, I sort of want to go there, and maybe we do 110 and figure out a way in between.
Yes.
But what I did with this particular investor or developer was, I'm going to take some of your retail. I'm going to make you do some, or ask you to do some 30 and 50 AMI, which is really low. And sort of create that mix that we needed, some mixed use development, different income levels, and kind of create that synergy that we want to do, and not go too crazy on the 140, because then the disparity is too much in a particular building and it may not work, right? So we have to find that balance too.
Yes.
We have a situation where we do a lot of 60 or 80 AMI in a particular neighborhood, and people walk out. They can't pay for the $7 cup of coffee and a Starbucks across the street. So
That's right.
it's not a good blend. We have to find
No,
that
no.
blend. And so in some areas in Alpata and the district that I represent, that may work. It may not work in this area. So that's why we did it this way. So you know a little bit of my thinking behind it.
That's a fantastic. That
That's
is
that's the only
absolutely.
reason why I did it this way.
That is absolutely right, but I wanted to understand when we are offering, I mean, we are this developers. It's not that we are, we are not giving them a lot of benefits. We're giving them $9 million in grants.
That's
I mean,
a lot of money. Yeah, I know. I get it.
that's a lot of money. And my point all along has been that if we are giving them so much benefits, but we will have to, I mean, we have to receive benefits also. And amongst those benefits, and when we're talking about, and we'll be talking all along about affordable housing, I want it to be real affordable because it is, I mean, 120, it still is people that makes close to $70,000. You see, that is something that we have to take into consideration. And population that is making around 30, 40, or 45,000, that it might be included in future projects. You see that make spread the AMIs, spread it in a way that there is affordability or to all income levels. I mean, most of the income levels. Okay, that's
the
my point.
affordability issue, Commissioner, the affordability issue for me remains my number one priority as a city commissioner.
I know that. I know
we
that.
had the conversation before when we have a city commission meeting.
And we're going to have it.
I deeply care about that issue. That's why I asked for a special commission meeting. I mean, these are things that are important to me. I want to leave a good mark. I want us to leave a good mark in what we do to address that issue. That's a major concern for me.
That's
and the lack of affordable housing for our people in Miami concerns me. It's one of the reasons why people can't live here and can't live in the places they have to live in. Homestead and West Dade and other parts, and they pay $300 in tolls to get over here. That's another issue that we can't have no control over. But we do have control. What we do have control over is how we can restrict some of these projects to create that workforce housing. And Commissioner Russell is correct. There is an incentive issue here. If these developers don't feel that they're going to make money, obviously they're not going to do it because they're not going to make money. We have to cut the best deal for the city of Miami, and we have to still make it a win-win so they win something and we win something and we get that affordability. And in some cases, as Commissioner Russell has championed for his whole career, you know, he'll create micro units and he'll create things that make it for different younger people, people that are moving into the workforce now. It's a mix of ideas from different generations and different kind of Miamians that we end up on October 15th or down the line, and we have enough meetings that we all can come and find common ground on how we address the different kind of people that we have here.
That's what I want, and that is important. And now talking about that meeting, I'm going to ask all my fellow commissioners if we can change it, because I found out that the 15th, I have a very important meeting. I mean, appointment with my cardiologist that I had. It took me 2 months to get it in at Cleveland Clinic, and I don't. I mean, it's.
I'll make the motion to move the meeting to October 14th or 16th, or whatever you want to do. And when we go, hold on a second. Hold on. I know, Vicky. When we go to the City of Miami Commission meeting, I'm fully aware.
Yes. But
I've done this for about 20 years. Let me try to handle this. Yes, when we go to city, we're doing CRA now. When we go to city commission meeting, he made a request, and we'll do it in the city commission. We'll come back to city commission.
Absolutely. I just wanted to let you know now, talking about that meeting. That meeting is very important. And what we're going to do is at that meeting, we once and for all, we will try to work and find common ground that all this discussion, you see that what I think, and I mean, we have to give and take and try to find common ground and accelerate the development of affordable housing. You see, because we've been talking. I mean, in my case, I've been 3 years, and we haven't been able to offer a single building that with any of those from the bond money that we have now. And I want to celebrate that for every area, Okay, so move it. I mean, I moved this, and that's it.
Well, Mr. Walker, just walk us through the other 4 projects, then we'll move together.
Yes, sir. The Wynwood House project is a 20-story, 224-unit rental development with 5,200 square feet of ground retail at the bottom, $65 million total project cost. The developer is asking for a 95% TIF rebate, 60% of the total TIF until 2047. The cash present day value is $6.3 million. Over the life of the TIF is $12.9 million. Until 2047. Additionally, the developers are requesting a $1.1 million grant. 45% of the units, 100 units, will be rent restricted with a restrictive covenant until the sunset of the CRA 2047. The AMI breakdown are as follows: 14% of the units at 100% AMI, 20% of the units at 120% AMI, 11% of the units at 140 AMI. As the chairman pointed out in the previous agreement, 3% of the gross retail rent will be collected and shared with the Omni CRA for a 15-year period after the completion of development.
By the way, this is a development that, just to add this to it, that was going to be a market rate, but as a matter of right, they can build this. We just got something in return from them, but we couldn't get as much as we could from the previous ones. So that's kind of like, it's not the best deal in the world, but it's a good enough deal for what they were going to do anyway. So we kind of try to fix the deal, to be honest about this particular.
I mean, I don't want to start an argument, but let me tell you this: if they could do it, if they were going to do it with our money, they can do a charge how many they want. But they're asking more than the previous one. Well, they are asking a lot. They're asking all the TIF proceeds. That is the tax increment that it is generated by this development. I mean, the CRA is not going to get anything. But will the county also be part of this? That if this is going to go, instead of going to the area for redevelopment, this is going to be going to this person that is making this development. And besides that, we are also giving them some money. I mean, we are contributing a lot to this, and then they are going to 140, which is in that area. 140. I might be would dare to tell you that it is market rate or a little bit more than market rate.
But it's above market rate, correct? Today it's restricted until 2047, which means by when 2047 comes around, now you're not going to be around. I'm not going to be around.
You might not be. I'm planning on being around.
When 2047, again, joking again, but the 2047 comes around, then it's the 140 is going to fit. But we got 14% of the units at 100 AMI, which what I'm trying to do, it's kind of like an overall vision I have for what I want to happen in this new downtown, as I call it, north of 395. It's sort of to create enough workforce housing that people can live in the urban core, whether it's 14% or 20%. We have some rezoning issues that we'll be dealing with in our regular zoning issues zoning meetings down the line, that we are going to get 14% at workforce housing, so we get enough units in these buildings that people can afford, and that's kind of where I want to go here. And I know it's not going to be perfect along the way, because nothing is, but I want to try to at least create affordability for some of our citizens in the urban core, so they don't have to be so far out. Remember, I inherited a lot of these deals. Some people say I'm not going to do it if it's more than 3% of this, and I get that, and I try to negotiate the best I can, and then bring it before the body for the body to decide. But the intention and the intent is to try to get as many units for people, real Miamians, to be able to afford.
Yes, but Commissioner, with all due respect, if you analyze from Miami. AMI from Miami is around $36,000. And when we're talking about Miami and what we offering them as affordable, I don't believe that 140% AMI is affordable for 90% of the people. If you find that, if you are, I'm going to present you an analysis of all the salaries in Miami. You see, 90% of the people in Miami, 95, 96% of the people in Miami are below $67,000 in income.
Yes.
See, and many people are thinking, okay, 140, and this is the lineup. Well, I'm talking about a lawyer, a police officer, and a teacher, that get married, and that's what Commissioner Russell told me once, that it is a police officer and a teacher is a couple that is going to move in that area. Well, a teacher start with $47,000 and a police about something like that.
Well,
And besides that, I'm thinking
a Republican governor just raised
to 47,
salary, so
to 47, which I applaud him for.
yes.
But I'm also thinking about the you see, single parent, the single mother. You see that we have many, and they are professionals. That we have professional single mothers that they are making $45,000-$50,000, and they went to school. And when you find the salaries that these people are receiving, you see, they won't be able to move in that area because it's going to go beyond. It's not that they won't be able to move that area. They will be able to pay that rent, but they will be rent burden. You see?
Right.
It will
it'll be 50% of their income. Right.
That's right. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. That's what I want. That's why I'm fighting all the time so hard, because there is the misconception that people are willing, what Commissioner Carollo was expressing this morning. We're building houses that is not going to be for people that live here, work here, or receiving the salaries here. We are building houses, people that come from New York, people come from other places, that they will be able to afford it. You see, we have to think about our population, what's the income of our population? And when you said, okay, it's going to be for people, will be 68, 70,000 people. People are making that much money, or 140, which is 80,000, close to 80,000. It is kind of we have to.
We'll get no argument, Commissioner.
Okay.
You will get no argument from me that 140 is not the number we want to be at. There's no argument there. There's no argument to be made there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe it's 100 either, by the way, because of the restriction and the number of years is restricted. I do believe it's something like 110,
But okay, the 110.
But we can have that conversation.
No, we're going to have that conversation, and I believe, you see, believe me, I'll stick to my guns. That and I know that those people are going to be rent. And affordable housing means affordability, means that a person is not. You see, at 30% of their salary, it is anything above the 30% of their gross salary, that it is considered
beyond rent burden, of course.
The rent burden, and that is even bad for the economy. I'm going to tell you why. Because if you have to use so much of your income for rent, then you have less money to go and consume in the store or buy and other things. It hurts the economy. Not only hurts the couple or the person, but it hurts the economy. You see what I mean? And I would like very much to have this discussion on this argument when we meet in October, because I know that the developers are going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. Listen, we are not. I cannot build. Listen, God, you're a builder, okay? And we are offering you $9 million.
The developers.
We're offering you $1 million.
Commissioner Carollo has talked about this publicly many times. Developers are it's not that they're greedy, but they like to make money. We understand that.
Absolutely. And more power
you
to
know,
them.
and look,
I'm a
and they're gonna
capitalist
come and say,
myself.
well, we want to make more money, and we're not going to make any money. So I
Go
get that.
ahead, yes.
Right?
Yes.
And that's not true.
They're gonna be
You know,
crying all the time.
And they require, and they want, you know, and we're going to talk about community benefits, and you know,
Yes.
how we build green space, how we tell them you got to do this, you got to do that, how we limit our AMI, where we take that conversation to. I get it.
Okay.
They're not going to let.
Okay, let's move this
They're
on.
not going to rule the world, but
Okay.
we also can't. They're not going to rule the world, but we also can't make it so difficult so that they won't do it. They'll go somewhere else. We got to find that balance. That's all that I'm trying to do. But I agree with you.
My
They will
dear
come and they will
friend,
fight, and they will fight. They'll say, "Oh, we're not going to make any money. The world will
Oh,
end.
goodness.
Give us this, so we have to pay community benefits." You know what? We need community benefits.
Yeah,
They need
add
to-
some.
They need to understand that they're going to make us much money. They need
Absolutely,
to understand that there's a
and-
common purpose here, that they should be part of that common purpose to help our city become affordable in housing. Period.
that's right.
And if they don't
That's
like it, frankly, they can go somewhere else. As far as I'm concerned.
Yes, and Commissioner, just to end this conversation, you see, I know that they are going to try to get from us as much as they can. And I don't blame them. And I mean, if I am, they don't take into consideration, for example, when we allowed some additional density, 200 additional apartments. Well, those 200 additional apartments, that's revenue that they wouldn't get if they do it by right. If we don't give them any benefits, they will build it anyway, because that's what they know how to do. They don't know. They're not going to open a grocery store. They're going to be building.
They're developers.
So what-
That's what
They're
they do, of
developers.
course.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what they do. So what I'm saying is, when to that argument, we have to also to include in their argument the additional revenues that they are receiving, or the $9 million that they are receiving, and also if we give them additional density, you see the cost.
Of course.
The average cost per apartment is reduced. The land cost is reduced.
Of course, and when we revisit our zoning laws, and we
Absolutely,
decide,
absolutely.
and Miami all of a sudden decides, and we as Miamians and government leaders in Miami decide that Miami's going to have to go vertical, whether you like it or not.
Mhm.
We're going to have to go vertical, so we don't have that much land left. We had the conversation in our city commission meeting, that we had that little piece of land, and what do we do there? Do we go air rights? Do we go vertical? What do we do? That we give them 2 more floors or 4 more floors, or we get more density or more intensity, that then they can make more money. And then you know what? That more money you're going to make contributed to community benefits, to build the doggy park, or to fix the sidewalks, or the lighting, and the things that they have to give back to the community. The culture that we have,
Absolutely. And just, let's share benefits.
they have to give back. They can't play the way they used to play here for many
That's right.
years, many
Yeah.
decades ago when I started in politics, that they can come in and get whatever they want from government. They're going to
Absolutely.
get what they need from government, but they're going to have to give something back to the people. And that's what they're going to have to do, whether they like it or
We
not.
are in the same wavelength, and it's a matter
The
of
philosophy is the
adjusting the
same.
numbers.
The philosophy is the same.
It's the same
How we get there
philosophy.
and the-
You see,
I want to add just something really quickly, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Many times when we think about the area median income, we talk a lot about the 30% area median
Can you
income.
come, Commissioner Chairman, can you come up a little bit? I can't hear you very well.
I'm saying many times when we talk about the area median income, we talk about 30%. We talk about the lowest, and then we also talk about some of the highest, right? But I want to remind everyone that even at 100%, 120% of the area median income, for a household with one person in it, that's about $76,000, right?
yes, sir.
And the thought that we've always said is that, hey, that's above the area median income. Of course, most people who live in our community don't make that money, etc. But I want to remind you, even at 120% area median income, if your household now, you have a house, say an average household, or a 2-parent, 2 children household, that's 4 people, and that amount is like $110,000, right?
If the kids work,
$30,000 is going in taxes, right?
Right.
So you have $70,000 or so that's left. And then you have to pay your housing costs. You have to pay, all the other costs that go from there. My point in that is that, it's not a lot of money.
No.
Just a single person who was making, $75,000 gets married, has children, and now only makes, because he has another person in his household, an additional $30,000 or $40,000. It's still cost burden in our society. So that's the only part when I think about it, I'm saying if we want to be able to help families move into these spaces and stay in these spaces, grow in these spaces, and also attract people who are single, who have differences in income, low and some moderate and above median income, then we have to be flexible there. I always come back to when I graduated from school and I came back home to live in the city of Miami, every single new development that I saw and I visited was this thing called affordable housing. And as a single man, I made too much money to live there. And there was nothing that I could do to be there. And so I had to move outside of the city of Miami. I moved to Aventura, to a market rate building in order to find appropriate housing. And of course, I had to pay a greater share of my income. And I think that's what we're dealing with. If you look at 30% of the area income, you're talking people who made $19,000, $21,000, $24,000, and $27,000. And you're going from a household size of 1 to 4. So it's nice to be able to help everyone who lives under that circumstance. But we also need to be able to attract people who make a bit more money, but still will find themselves cost burden. And that's my only
That's
issue.
what I think. That's what I'm saying.
That we are cognizant that in these spaces where traditionally the area median income has been very low, that we also provide them housing so they can stay there, but also attract people who have higher income to these spaces. And I think that's what's going to help change the dynamic of these communities.
That's correct. Commissioner Reyes, I think you're muted, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Hardeman. And I agree with you, by the way.
I agree with you also. We are not talking about different things. What I'm saying is we have
in different ways, yes.
That's right, but we have to spread it. We have to provide for every single income. Now, what I want to do, what I'm saying is that 140, it is, in most cases, it is market rate or above market rate. And that's been my discussion all along. But that we need in those projects, we need people that are making 100, 180. You see, we spread it. Because when you go and jump from 60 to 120, you are leaving out that person that you were mentioned, that you mentioned a little while ago, that makes $70,000 and it's a couple. You understand what I'm saying? You see, that's I'll make it 60,000, and I have right here that I'm gonna show you later. I've been doing a lot of research about this, and I can't tell you that, you see, only 15% of the population of the salaries, only 15% of the salaries in Dade County are between $69,000 and $70,000. Only 16% of those salaries, and only 4% of the salaries in Miami are between 79 and 89, and there's only, 1 or 3%, 1% that makes 89 to 99. You see, this is an analysis that it was made by Zip Recruiter that
your knowledge of economics underscores the Miami reality. We're a poor city.
It is.
We get that, right? We're a poor city.
Okay. And the other thing that I'm saying,
we're not what the world sees. We're not what the world sees, what the world thinks they see when they see our skyline in downtown Miami. We know we're a poor city.
yes,
And we have to figure out a way to accommodate our residents.
I hope that we
so
do
they can
that
afford.
the next
We're
week.
on the same page.
Okay.
The same thing
That's
in different
I
ways.
said I'm going to say no more.
And then Mr. Walker, we're going to go to our next one, which is the Casa Mia one, which you may like, Commissioner Reyes, because it's actually a good breakdown of a smaller project. It's only 12 units, but it's a pretty interesting one that I think we're doing. Because we also want to help smaller developers that are doing, contributing to our affordability issue, to addressing that are committed to addressing our affordability concerns. So let's do the other one, resolution number 4, Mr. Walker.
Yes, sir. Resolution is, number 4 is a gut rehab project in Overtown located at 1815 Northwest First Court. It's a 12-unit apartment building, 6 studios, 6 2-bedrooms, 2 baths. This is a $500,000 rehab grant. The restriction, AMA breakdown restrictions are at 75% of the units between 80 and 120 AMI and 25% of the units at market rate. The rent restrictions will be there for 20 years. The 5th item, sir, is the COVID-19.
So this one, you're going way too fast. I know everybody is in a rush, but hold on a second. So 75% of these units are going to be between 80 and 120, and then we're going to do a good breakdown. Now, this is a small project, a $500,000 grant. It's a small developer, and she wants to, just do her little thing, right? That is another bit of effort by a small developer to try to address the concerns that we have. So I think this is a pretty good one that we did here too. And then the resolution number 5 is the one that I'm the most excited about. Mr. Walker, tell him resolution number 5.
Resolution number 5 is COVID-19 emergency business grant. It's authorizing $1 million for funding and COVID-19 emergency business grant for each applicant to receive up to $25,000 to mitigate costs associated with the pandemic.
Excuse me, that will be within the CRA.
Yes, sir.
Partners, right?
Yes, within the CRA, and it's exciting because it's going to go to real small businesses. And so this is like the anti-Lean Higgins proposal, right? Because this one is not for businesses that have 25 employees and make $2.5 million. This is going to be for small businesses. We're only going to give $1,000 for real small businesses, right? For people that really are hurting in an area in Miami that needs that kind of funding. So we'll do up to $25,000 per business to help them stay afloat. And we've increased it. I think, Mr. Walker, we were at 200,000. We've done it to $1 million.
Mhm.
We didn't get any money from CARES Acts and from Jimenez and any of that stuff. Forget about all that stuff. It's a different conversation. But the reality is that we want to allocate $1 million to try to help these small businesses in this area, and say, hey, how do we give you at least $25K to be able for you to stay afloat for the next 3-4 months, whatever it is, pay your rent, pay your employees, whatever you want to do with that. So it's sort of I wish we had more money to give, but $1 million is still $1 million, right? And I'm very excited about this one because it really creates a real solution to Miamians and what they're going through, and a particular part of Miami that really needs it right now, and for citizens in Miami that really need it right now. So that's the 5th one that we have.
I congratulate you for it, and I really hope that the extension would have been greater, so more people would benefit from it.
We're going to find more money, but I want to do $3 million, but I had to give Carollo $2 million for Bayfront Park.
Oh, but Mr. Carollo,
it's under $3 million, But Commissioner Carollo,
I know.
we have to live up to that commitment.
Oh, I knew. I saw that coming. I saw that coming.
You teed it up for me.
Yeah, I teed it up.
Hi, Natalie. How are you? Okay, so those are the 5 things that we have. Is there a motion that's approvable?
Yes, I move it.
One fell swoop and one motion.
I move it.
Does anybody have a motion to get them all approved? Are there any? Before we do that, are there any additional comments? Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Carollo, anyone?
I'm good. I'll second it.
Thank you, sir. So moved. All those in favor say aye.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So the only issue that I haven't, well, I said this. I had a question about item number 5 when it comes to the COVID-19 relief dollars. Now, I'm perfectly aware that we can give money for grants for businesses, but I'm unaware of anything within the statute that kind of mentions that we can write dollars for COVID-19 kind of stuff. So I know ultimately we're making the decision to do what's right, which is to provide businesses assistance. But my worry is just the language is couched in the COVID-19, and I wouldn't want our CRA to get kind of dinged for a title that is that gives us an issue and not necessarily substance.
Well, that's a good point.
That's actually a very good point. That's actually a legitimate legal concern.
It's a legal question and
Yeah,
that, before we can vote on it, but before it's implemented, we will have to be clear that obstacle if it exists. You see?
Yeah,
Because
and
the
maybe
money
our
has to-
attorney, Ms. Jones,
That's right.
are you on? I thought Ms. Jones was on, our
Oh,
attorney
I
was
am.
on. Talk to us about that. That's actually a very good point.
Yeah.
Does it matter what we label it?
So the FS 163 speaks about the CRAs being able to distribute funds to businesses for business development to remove blight.
Yes.
The pandemic is in fact creating a lot of blight in the area because you're now having empty shop fronts, businesses going out, completely being zeroed out. So what we're trying to do with this money is to save a lot of these businesses that are in the area that are struggling. As part of our redevelopment plan, we are authorized to create financial resource pools, so businesses can benefit in the area. So we are absolutely allowed to do this.
Yes, Ms. Jones,
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong. You see, what we're trying to do is very similar when we place funds in order for business development. In this
Yes.
case, what we're doing is we are placing funds into the businesses so that the consequences of this business is going under, it is going to be blight. See, and the same way that we can help businesses. I mean, we provide seed money and training for business development, and in order to foster economic development, what we're doing here is retaining our businesses and providing them funds so they don't go under.
So they stay afloat,
That is
right?
my interpretation of it.
But
Yes, no, it's mine too, and I think that's why Chairman Hardiman had a very, very logical question.
That's right.
Is it an issue if we label it that way? And how do we really define it? Or can we kind of work through that, just
Business
allocate the
retention.
dollars and then figure it out later?
Business
In other words,
retention would be-
we still do our business grants, and we do the things that we do, right?
Yep.
We're labeling it as a COVID-19 relief because it's really for businesses that are hurting because of COVID-19 relief. So they have to meet certain criteria, I would guess, right? Certain parameters.
Absolutely,
Right.
for
So
employment.
we haven't done that
to
yet.
employment.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Jones. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying a lot of this money will be going towards paying and helping these businesses to pay, which is one of the fundamental concepts of redevelopment agencies throughout the state, to fund employment of people that live in the area. So at least they could have, the business will be able to pay people to go on for a few months, or at least until they, things start to get back to normal.
like
Okay.
I said, I get it. I understand what we're doing. But what I'm saying to you is just that it makes me worry because when you title things a certain type of way, it just makes it gives the impression that it's for something that really it's not. Ultimately, the money is to help businesses.
Yep.
I know many times like we want to title it, okay, a COVID-19 relief or something of that nature, but when you title it that way, from my perspective, and maybe I'm a bit conservative when it comes to this, but I think about what the state is going to do, what the county is going to do, how they're going to react to us. And I can imagine them saying, well, they went outside of the Florida Redevelopment Act and they said that this is for COVID-19 and we don't have any parameters for that. Now, do we have parameters for business development and all those other things? Yes. And ultimately, who wants to spend the money to fight that when we can just say that this is a business assistance grant?
Absolutely.
You can say,
Okay, let's do that.
That's right.
or,
Business assistance.
At the end of the day, I agree, Commissioner. At the end of the day, we can say the reason why this business is hurting is because of COVID-19, because they don't have the same kind of patrons they had before. Let's say it's a restaurant or a bar, whatever it is.
State of the economy.
Well, for whatever the reason is. So let's get rid of COVID-19. Let's make sure the public understands that we understand.
Business assistance.
Yeah, exactly. We make a business assistance. The public understands that we understand the reason why a lot of these places in the Omni-CRA geographic area are hurting because the patrons are not going there. The places have been closed down. The county mayor has given 50% occupancy rules that we can't go beyond. So people can't make money and they lose. The business is not the same as it used to be. So we can call it business assistance. get rid of COVID-19, but
Absolutely.
we make it very clear that we understand intellectually that it's for COVID, that COVID-19 is causing the problem, right?
And
I agree. So get rid of COVID-19 and we'll just call it emergency business grant program that is
Business
just for
assistance.
unforeseen circumstances. You know,
business
things that
assistant.
happen.
And if we want to make it more legal, I mean, in order for you to qualify for this business, well, you have lost 50% of your business during the past 6 months or whatever. You see,
Even better, of course. You say,
the
look, if you used to
criteria.
sell-
We said the
of course, if you used to
criteria.
sell $100 and now you're selling $50 and you can prove it and document that you used to sell 100, now you sell 50, you know what? You're entitled to get some help from us because
We
you
have
can
a set of-
document that you're not making what you used to make.
We set a set of criteria that
Yes.
that they are the actual, I mean, state of the businesses now. You see, because most
Yeah,
of them they have
and I'll
closed a lot
make
of
sure
businesses.
that Mr. Walker gets every commissioner kind of like a diagram of how we're gonna do this, right? Of what criteria we're gonna use to make sure that the businesses are getting are merit based and they really deserve this money. Because I think that accountability matters. It matters a lot to me. And just to make sure they're getting their 25K, they're getting it because they really need it. They can document that they were a restaurant that was selling, 5,000 a month, and now they're selling 1,500 a month, and that's why they need the help to survive until we pass this crisis, right?
Yes, sir.
Something like that. All right, so we'll change the name. We got 5 things. We have 2 more, a motion, I think, and a second.
Hang on a second. Let's vote.
No additional questions? Any additional comments from anyone?
Sharon, just to be sure, the mover and seconder both accept the amendment to item number.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. All those in favor say aye.
Excuse me, what is the amendment?
To change the name of
Change the-
COVID-19, it's called Business Emergency Grant. It's just a label.
Business assistant.
Yeah, just emergency business grant, emergency assistance,
That's
not
right.
calling it COVID-19. Because Commissioner Hardeman has a valid point. That to actually label it that way may create some legal issues for us. And that's correct. He's correct.
Okay, so if
He's the only lawyer,
COVID-19
he's the only
instead of,
lawyer in the group, so we gotta listen to him, okay?
if COVID-19 instead of the question, then I guess the Chinese created lab virus would be out of the question then too, right?
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Don't go
Opposed,
there.
nay. It passes. I think we're done with our business of the day for this Omni CRA, so this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.
I wanted to say something, if that's okay.
Yes, of course, Natalie.
Hi, how are you all? Thank you
How
so
are
much
you?
for having this meeting. I just wanted to give you a little bit of information about what's going on in the Omni area that I've had to deal with. The property that you guys passed the grant, thank you so much. It was flipped about 3 times in 1 year. That means it got sold 3 times. The only way that we were able to make this project affordable was because we received this grant from the CRA. We paid about $1 million for a completely dilapidated building, and the only way that we could keep the rents low is because we were able to get a rehabilitation grant. So I just wanted to say thank you so much from our team, that we really appreciate this grant because it's going to keep the rents at 100% AMI for the community. So thank you again, and I really, really, really appreciate all of your efforts.
And Natalie, the fact that you're investing in our community at this critical juncture and with our economy and everything, we appreciate the work that you're doing. And
Thank
we,
you.
we need more Natalie Durans out there, okay?
I'll take
All
it.
right.
Bye.
So now, thank you for that. The meeting's adjourned.
Thank
And
you.
how do you say, Commissioner, Chairman Hardeman?
Say it again.
How do you say that when you end your meetings?
Oh, all hearts
Adjourn.
clear.
No, all right, we're now adjourned.
Okay.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Commissioners, I just need a minute or
Bye,
two
Natalie.
to let the tape.
Commissioner Reyes, mute yourself.
Okay, welcome back to the September 24, 2020 Miami City Commission meeting. The first item that's left on the agenda will be item RE2, the waive petition requirement. Is there anyone that wants to really kind of explain this? Because I have some thoughts, and I want to make sure I'm along the right path when it comes to my thoughts. So I don't know, would the city attorney's office like to kind of break this one down?
It would be Dr. Hikwawa or the manager
Okay.
on this one.
The doctor will be on shortly.
Chairman,
Yes, you're recognized, Commissioner.
when can we bring up pocket items? I have a brief one that I'm compelled to bring up as a pocket item because of what happened that I consider an emergency to do this happened after our deadline had passed to place items in the agenda.
After we get done with this item, we'll have you read the title into the record, and then we'll address the item after we finish the agenda because we want to give people an opportunity to call in if there's any public comment on that one item.
Okay, so we're going to take them up at the end of the agenda?
Yeah. Well, we have one public item on the agenda right now, so we announced that at the beginning of the meeting. So if
Okay,
we have
but
another public item,
I do, but my question is, when are we going to take them up?
that one, the one that you're bringing up now, we would address at the end of the agenda to give people opportunity for public comment if they want to call in and things of that nature. But we want you to read the title into the record ahead of time.
The title for the record will be The Search for a New Police Chief.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
you recognize Commissioner Lawson.
Sure. I'm the sponsor of RE2 if you want some background on it.
So you're the sponsor for R2?
Yes.
Okay. No, I was.
But Mr. Chair, before we do that,
Yes.
if you don't mind, sir, Commissioner Carrillo brought up a good point. If he has a pocket item, do we need to introduce that pocket item to allow for public comment before we take up anything else instead of just going to something else right now?
No, like
Is there an introduction? Because I know the procedure here in Miami.
Right.
Yeah.
All it is that the only issue that we have with the pocket items is that they weren't noticed, and so
that's why they're called pocket items, right?
That's what they're called. But you want to give an opportunity for people to have public comment,
Right.
and especially because of the way that we're doing it now. No one's sitting in the room with us that they can actually just make a public comment after hearing it. And so what we've been doing as a matter of procedure is reading them into the record at the beginning of the meeting, identifying them as a pocket item, and then giving people an opportunity now that it was read to the record to call in and to address it. We open up public hearing for those pocket items, particularly, or for the general agenda.
Right. So it's been read into the record already, right?
Right. Well, this one he just announced what the
Right.
title.
So is that reading into the record?
I will take that as reading to the record. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So now it's been read to the record. Now we have people an opportunity to come and comment. When do we bring it up, though?
Right. So what we'll do is we'll allow people if they want to call in to kind of start the queue. Well, before we address the item, I'll open public comment for that one item. Allow people, if there are any public comments that need to be made, to make their comments.
Okay.
Then I'll close public comment and then we'll address the item.
Okay. Okay.
And
Thank you.
let me place in the record the fact that I was not able to place this in the regular agenda was that the information that we all received that the police chief was resigning came after our deadline to place something in the agenda.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Russell, in regard to RE2.
If I may, I'm sorry, through the chair,
Yes,
I'm just going to reiterate what I said before, meeting, that I'm requesting that we change the date for the workshop, either to the 14th or the 16th, because I have a conflict And I didn't realize until my wife, she's the one that keeps the dates. She told me that if I was crazy to accept the 15, that we had
I think as long, Mr. Chair, as long as he listens to his wife, that's a good sign. So
That's
I want to make, it's a very good sign. I want to make a motion that we do it whenever it's convenient for the rest of the commission, October
Yes.
16th or 14th. I don't care. Either way,
14th.
it works for me. At 11 o'clock, or 10 o'clock,
Yes.
every time anybody wants, but we just get that out of the way. So I want to make that motion.
Chair, is
For
there a
what-
motion to
For what date?
October 14th. At 11 o'clock.
yes.
Does that work for
Yes.
everybody? Look at your schedules. It works for me. I don't know if it works for everybody else.
If it works for everybody, I would second your motion. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Chair, is there a motion to reconsider?
Yes.
So I'll make a motion to reconsider the date that we set,
Second.
October 15th.
That's okay.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion to reconsider, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
So I'll make a motion to hold a special meeting on the items that were outlined by City Attorney Mendez earlier for October 14th at 11 a.m.
I move it.
It's been properly moved and seconded.
Discussion. Shouldn't we take this up at the end of the meeting? Make sure the public can comment in case somebody can't make it that day?
Not this
Oh, okay.
one. Procedural in nature. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion is approved.
Commissioner Reyes actually thanked Chacha for the change because we had code enforcement hearings on that day that I think we weren't aware of. So you facilitated that. So,
Oh, okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Chacha.
And I'm still waiting for Ropa Vieja, by the way, Commissioner. It's on the
Hey,
side.
man, I was just anytime you just
I'm still waiting. I promise to wait.
tell me in advance that everybody is welcome and invited. You're gonna try it. You're gonna.
I'm sure it's going to be excellent.
Yes, it is. It is.
Dr. Iguaba, see your name there. I just don't know if you actually.
Sir, I'm here.
Okay, so we are on item RE2. I want you to make it plain for us, RE2, and then I had
Can I co-sponsor RE2?
question.
I would like to co-sponsor also RE2.
Dr. Iguaba, can you explain exactly what this does in layman's terms, please?
So, good afternoon, commissioners. RE2 is a resolution sponsored by the Vice Chair and now being co-sponsored by Commissioner Reyes to amend the city's intergovernmental agreement with the county by asking the city manager to negotiate certain amendments to include the county foregoing the neighborhood concurrence requirements before you install any traffic calming devices. And also, in the alternative, to also forego the resolution from City Commission that may be needed in the event that we are unable to get the concurrency option. So back in 2015, the city had signed off on an agreement with the county to allow the city to install traffic calming devices, such as traffic circles, speed humps, as well as historic street name signs and in-street pedestrian crossing signs on city-maintained roadways only.
Mm-hmm.
And later on, we had an amendment, first amendment, to also include raised intersections and reduce clearance distances from a county road. The county had initially asked that the city would not be allowed to do any of the installations in any location that is less than 700 feet from a county road. Amendment number 1 reduced that distance to 250 feet. So this is another amendment requesting that the county concede that we no longer need to rely on neighborhood concurrence and to allow the city do the installations based solely on technical and engineering requirements. because what we had in the past was that neighborhood concurrence was trumping the engineering of such needs. Engineering evaluation and studies and design may have stipulated or confirmed that we need a traffic circle as a traffic calming device. And certain residents will object to it, and the objection will not be a primary requirement. So we want to make it more professional and more robust in terms of technical criteria.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Zaire, you said it very well. In my opinion, life safety issues are not a popularity contest. I want us and our engineering and our experts to tell us where the speed humps and the traffic circles should go. And I don't want one neighbor who's holding out because he doesn't want a traffic circle for whatever reason to be able to stop the entire process and then more accidents happen. So what I was looking for, and this comes from many months ago, what I was looking for is to be able to do at least what Coral Gables does. And they have quite a good relationship with the county on this, where they have pre-designed what their traffic calming devices look like, so that they don't need to go to the county for every single one, every single time and start from scratch. And so my hope isn't necessarily to pre-design every potential corner in the city, but to pre-design a menu of traffic calming devices that would be approved by the county in advance, that we could then trigger and use when needed, when we as a department and we as a commission believe they should be installed. It's taken way too long to get approval for an implementation of traffic calming devices in our smaller neighborhoods. Waze has everyone cutting through, and it's become a raceway, and it's dangerous for our residents and our dogs. So I'm just looking for a little more freedom. It allows the manager to negotiate to our benefit.
Commissioner Reyes, and then.
Yes, and I agree with you, Commissioner Russell. And this has been a hassle. Every time that we want one of those traffic calming devices, I have on the waiting list, I have petitions that had taken, for the past 2 years, and we haven't been able to install any of them. And right now, I have requested installation in 19 traffic calming devices, and I haven't been able to install the first one because of mostly because of all the concurrency and if all the petitions are in line and all of that. And they are needed, and as you very well expressed, they are neighborhoods that what they have in front of their houses, so people through. It's not only that they use the road, it is that they speed in the roads. I mean, it is like if you were in Daytona 500, and this what is it's going to expedite the installation of those traffic calming devices that so many of our residents have been requesting it, and we haven't been able to install. I really congratulate you for it. For this.
Well, it's the first step, because the county doesn't necessarily have to agree. So I'll be working with the manager on whatever flexibility if there's a counteroffer. Because I'm moving to the part where it still has to come to commission, so there's a public hearing. So let's say that one neighbor, doesn't like it, he can still come and have an audience, but we still make a vote and decide in a public forum. I'm open to that. But right now, the way it's drafted is all in our favor to move as quickly as possible.
Absolutely.
Chairman?
Mr. Chairman. Awesome.
You recognize. I'm sorry. It's supposed to be the senator and then Commissioner Carollo.
Okay, you were distracted with that door back there. I know.
Yeah, you saw that.
Yeah, I saw that. What's going on back there? So, number one, who's that one neighbor that you're talking about? Any particular situation that we should be aware of? That the reason why this comes before us today?
So I don't think there's any specifics.
I'm asking Commissioner Russell. I'm sorry, Jerry. I'm asking Commissioner Russell. He mentioned that just because one individual doesn't want something to happen, I wonder if the impetus is something like that. Like what's the reason why it's coming before us?
It literally took me 4 years to put in a single roundabout, because we need the agreement of all four corners, and one was a holdout.
Okay. So
kind of thing.
was somebody blocking it, or
Same thing with speed bumps. We've had cases where the whole neighborhood wants a speed bump, but we can't get the number we need of people to vote for it. And I don't think it's a voting kind of thing. This is safety.
Okay, and then how does it impact a neighborhood that's obviously your neighborhood, Commissioner Reyes, your district was Silver Bluff, but an area that I grew up in.
You know about this.
Does this impact that whole cut-through traffic issue that we have going on there with Silver Bluff and 22nd Avenue and all that?
Well,
We wouldn't be able to do
Commissioner-
road closures with this, but we could do, I'm sorry, this was to Reyes. I apologize.
Yes, and thank you, Bashir. It will not, because the one thing that is true, we will not completely eliminate cut-through traffic, but what we're gonna do is by placing those speed humps or roundabout or raising the intersections, the speed will be diminished and it will be safer. And some of them, people cut through because they think that they can save a couple of minutes.
They get there faster, of course.
They go there faster. Now, when we're slowing them down and we show them that instead of gaining 5 minutes, they're going to lose 10 because they have to go at a very slow speed. And also reducing the speed inside of the neighborhood and police enforcing it. Maybe we can really help cut through traffic and keep our neighbors safe. You see them. I mean, some of them they are very preoccupied because they have children. Some of my neighbors in Silver Bluff, they cannot get out in the morning, get out of their driveways because people don't respect them anything, and they're just speeding through it like there is no tomorrow. And I think this will benefit them. And I have a bunch of requests, not only in Silver Bluff, but in Flagami also, and in Shenandoah and other areas, Auburndale, for example, which is a neighborhood next to you. We have that problem too.
Okay.
And it's going to help.
Okay.
Okay.
Chairman,
You recognize Commissioner Fidelio.
I'd like to make a floor amendment to this that would include partial street closures in the city of Miami streets.
Fine with me.
I would second that.
Yeah, and I accept that as a co-sponsor. I think that Commissioner Russell, do you accept that amendment?
I believe it's illegal on this one. Of course, I'm in favor of that as well.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if we have that ability within the amendments, within the existing agreement with the county. So maybe Victoria or Jerry can help.
I think that we tried to close some streets and we haven't been able because due to the fact that the county is not it's I got my grandson.
I'm looking at him. He's beautiful.
And you see all those guys over there? Yeah, those are our friends. And
what's his name?
Daniel.
Daniel. Hi, Papa.
This is Danny. Say hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi.
But the county is the one that controls our roads, and they are very adamant about allowing a strict closure. If we can get to at least accept or agree to a strict closure, I mean, I'd be more than happy, and there's going to be a lot of people happy.
It's the start of a negotiation, so I'll accept
It is. I mean, that's what we need. We need to start someplace. Okay.
And to be clear, the partial street closures are basically like when you, for instance, on the east side where we have lots of my district, you have the streets closed like Biscayne Boulevard, and it gives them the neighborhood feel. Is that what we're describing?
So if I may come in, I think what I understand for partial closure to mean is simply to restrict vehicular access. Because based on ADA requirements, you couldn't prevent or restrict pedestrians from using a public street.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I'm thinking about.
the biggest problem that I have with this, that I'm in favor of, is why does the county have the right to tell us what we can or not do in our own streets?
We keep them.
Commissioner, basically, the county has all jurisdiction over traffic and traffic control devices. So that is why, this started with then Commissioner Suarez. We got certain little permissions through this agreement. And now with this agreement, we're trying to add a few more things. And it's a negotiation start point to be able to facilitate a few more of these types of traffic calming devices.
Well, look at the way Coral Gables has done it, because the one that brought it to my attention was Mayor Jimenez in one of our last conversations some time ago, where he's the one that pointed out to me that Coral Gables had closed many of their streets, so that could be a possibility that we should look at. And they didn't have any permits from the county, any green light from the county in doing it. In fact, one example that was brought up last year sometime when we discussed this, and the mayor was the one that talked about this, our mayor, was Cora Gate. All the streets that are close in Cora Gate, we didn't get any permission from the county either. So we have some areas of our cities that are truly suffering because in some cases, the state or the county actions that they've taken. And now, if we have to go through all this to close a few streets that would make life a lot easier for residents, it's kind of crazy. But what can we do, Madam City Attorney, in going about and changing the law? Is it through the state? Is it through a county referendum? How can we go about it?
The county has preempted us in the area of traffic and traffic control devices, so we would have to.
I'm not talking about devices. I'm talking about making decisions on the areas that we discussed here today.
Well, the way that this agreement is based on is that we are going to negotiate with the county. So this is a starting point. We can add your amendment about certain street closures, and maybe you can get, depending on what types of street closures or how you're doing it, if they're collapsible, if you could still access it. There's a whole, based on their green book, there's many different devices on how to do street closures. Maybe we could get certain ones approved. And that's what this agreement is doing. And with your amendment, we can also work on your amendment and add to that.
I appreciate that and I understand that, but my direct question is, what is the process that we would have to follow if they refuse to cooperate with us in being able to, through a referendum or whatever means, in changing this? I don't know if it's the state that would have to do it or if we can do it through a county referendum.
I believe that it, at this point, is in the county's charter, but we'll do the research for you and get back to you.
Okay, if you would, do that, I would greatly appreciate it. And I think all of our colleagues would, so they could understand
Absolutely.
what we need to do. Because Chairman Hardiman is the president of the Miami-Dade County League of Cities. And I think the majority, if not all of the cities, would be in favor of that. And there are more people living in cities than in non-incorporated Dade County.
Mhm.
All right?
Well, there's a motion and a second, right?
With the amendment.
With the amendment. Yes.
Can you repeat it a second? I'm sorry, I have to take a phone call. Can you repeat the motion?
Yeah,
The amendment is to add, street closures
Okay, we're talking about before,
to be
okay.
it.
Yes,
That's fine, okay, yes, okay. The same thing we're doing before.
that's right.
I'm sorry, I have to take a phone call. People are very agitated today. They're calling, I don't know what's going on, but, okay, I think it's the budget hearings. These things happen during budget hearings, I guess, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome to the city. brother.
Welcome to the big city, right?
Welcome to the big city. You don't get those calls when you're in Tallahassee.
No.
So I have a few questions and just some things I need to express. I've been in some areas where there've been requests for certain traffic calming devices, for instance, that are not approved by the block. I'll give you an example. You have one two-way street in the neighborhood. Some neighbors want to make it a one-way street, right? Now, of course, with two-way streets, many of them, if you don't have, part of the reason that they want to make it one-way is because there's not swale parking. So you have houses, sidewalks, street, enough for two vehicles to travel both ways. And what happens with that is that cars that are on one side of the street, that people live on one side of the street, they park there on that swale, but in the road. And then cars from the other side of the street park on the other side. And so you've been in these neighborhoods where you have to drive through the middle slowly in order for you to pass through. So the idea is, okay, we make this a one-way street. And when you make it a one-way street, now somebody has to choose which side of the street the cars will be parked on. And that's a big deal in the neighborhood. Do all the cars park on my side and block my home? When I say your home, meaning like the view of your home, your yard, things like that. Or do they park on my neighbor's side and my home is free and clear of all traffic? And so a lot of things like that become sticking points, I think, for some of these neighborhoods. And they say, no, we don't want one-way traffic. We'll just stick with what we have. Everybody suffers and it's fair. In the situation, so if we were to change things, that would mean that we will be making those decisions. You will be making those decisions because I'll be gone, but you'll be making those decisions. And when it comes to you making a local decision about your traffic and how you manage your traffic versus the county, I'm with you on that. When I get to the county, I'll make sure that this is an issue that we bring up to see what we can do with the new county commissioners while giving our local cities the opportunity to make decisions in their communities about how to make their neighborhoods safer. And so, but with that being said, Zuri, you remember, in part of my neighborhood, we have a raceway where you go from, say, for instance, 7th Avenue, which is a major highway. You can drive westward in the neighborhood streets almost all the way to Hialeah, it seems, right? And that's what happens. You have high-speed chases. People leave off of the main highway, and they fly right through the neighborhood. I watch county undercover police cars. They're some of the most flagrant of this, driving at high rates of speed in these undercover cars through the neighborhood. And so what we were thinking about doing at the time, Zuri, and this is what we had the same reason. We would have to go to the county. We were worried whether or not the county would give us the approval. We were going to take major, if this is the entirety of a neighborhood spanning, almost 30 streets this way and 30 avenues that way, we were going to break it into quadrants. So then to make you could travel up the main artery here, you could travel here, and then these will be almost treated as distinct little neighborhoods, which would give you more of a neighborhood feel, get to know your neighbors better. You don't have random cars just trying to avoid traffic to get through you because they would have to stay along the main arteries of the inner workings of those neighborhoods. So that was one of the things we wanted to do. And now I'm even at the point where I'm starting to believe that in all of our residential streets, we need speed humps or tables. I'm starting to believe that anytime you turn down a residential street, you should be going slower. We know that the law is that you go slower because I think our speed limit now is 30 or 25 miles an hour, but people don't follow it, right? And so how do we slow down traffic uniformly throughout the entirety of the city of Miami so that people who live on those streets, even if people are going to cut through, they at least have to follow the speed limit. And the ways that we go about that is through the traffic calming devices. Now I know that is a huge capital expense, But at least in my district, Zuri, what I would like for you to do is to cost it out for me. So what would it cost to put speed humps at the professional distance that you all recommend on each of our streets in the residential neighborhoods to slow down people in the neighborhood? Because I think that we have to do something, and I think this goes hand in hand. If in the city of Miami, for instance, if you're able to get control over the streets to put traffic calming devices, now you can implement a plan like this, and it wouldn't be something that is very difficult to take care of, because in the city you have the political will to get it done. And so, for that reason, I'm supportive of this. But I want to make sure that we're able to actually take a look at this thing from the citywide perspective and really start to make the city of Miami not a cutthroat town, but a true neighborhood that has destinations that people need to come to, but also respect.
So, well, the advice is well taken and the direction, and we'll look into a citywide traffic engineering evaluation. And I think the passage of this resolution, as well as the county's concurrence, if it happens, will be a big, big impetus towards us accomplishing what you just described. And also to keep in mind, I just want to remind the commission that a few years ago, this city commission passed an ordinance and the county concurred, mandating the lowering the speed limit citywide. As of today, the speed limit has been lowered to 25 miles per hour. And we have a contract in place that should be rolling out in the next few weeks. But I think we've already started pilot installation in some neighborhoods in the city, especially in District 4 and District 2. So it's going to be citywide, lowering all the speed limits to the city. So that I think that needs to be a commensurate follow-up of enforcement by law enforcement. And why we also go into the second phase. And the second phase would be engineering evaluation for potentially having speed traffic calming devices on local city streets.
Okay. Is there any other discussion about the item?
Only one, that I want to make sure you're 100% okay with it, because we're going to need your vote when you go to the county to help us out.
No, I like this idea because, look, I have areas that I get beat up about because they're saying that we haven't implemented the speed hump or whatever it may be, but we fully funded it. We're going through the process, everything that we need to take care of to make sure it's there. We've got all the approvals on our side, and we're being held up by the county. So we know that there are these quality of life improvements, life safety enhancements that are needed for our communities, but we're being held up by a government that really I would think is overreaching in these matters, because they're not the ones that are frequently using these streets. So from the perspective that I have right now, I'm a big proponent of partnerships with the cities. Unfortunately for me, in the city of Miami, I don't have great partners in my county commissioner. But I look forward to the day when the city and the county, especially in my district, have an opportunity to have good partnerships to be able to bring about effective change. And if we're going to be representing the same people, we at least should be trying to make the people's lives that we all represent better. And I think we have to do that together. So even if the county wants to maintain its streets and do what they will with their streets, I think it's a good thing, and the city should be allowed to do the same thing as well. Because at the end of the day, if the city does too much, then the community is going to be upset with what the city did, because the county commissioner will say, "Look, I didn't implement this. Your city commissioners did," and then let the chips fall where they may. And if anything bad happens, I'm going to send them to Joe Carollo's office.
Commissioner Diaz-Libertia, while you were out,
I was listening.
What happened? We made a vote. We got a new chairman for the CRA.
Oh my God! Is it Commissioner Reyes? All right. I was listening.
His-
I went dark, but
You
I
know-
was listening.
Commissioner, he's looking for an additional $2 million, you know?
I did hear Commissioner Hardeman talk about how he's going to be very sensitive to all the city issues once he becomes a county commissioner. And I'm going to hold you to that commitment, Mr. Chairman. When you become a county commissioner, I need you to remain a City of Miami commissioner, your true home.
That's right.
Does that work?
I plan on being there. I really do. I mean, I want our governments to work well for all of us. And
So we can have a partner finally in that district, which overlaps with mine, as you know. We can have a real partner there at the county level. It's very important for us.
It is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So if there are no further questions or anything on RE2.
Is it really a new chairman, or was that a joke? No, I'm kidding.
I wouldn't
I
do
got
that to
nervous
you.
there because I missed about a minute ago. I said, wait a minute.
Yeah, I have enough.
You
Yeah, I
never
don't
know.
wanna-
You never know. You look the other way. They take something away from you.
Absolutely.
You're a smart man, Commissioner.
I don't
Yeah,
need anything else.
Ross promised, if he became chairman, he'd give me the other $6 million right away.
You see, I told you.
All right, so see no further discussion on RE2. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion passes.
As amended?
As amended, yes. RE3. Oh, and for the record, the pocket item that Commissioner Carollo announced into the record regarding the police chief is identified as pocket item number 2 for the record.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, RE3?
Which is number 1, if I may ask?
The mayor had an item about anti-Semitism.
About what?
Anti-Semitism.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, you recognize that.
Thank you. RE3 is a resolution extending the scooters pilot program until an RFP is issued and awarded. As some of you may or may not know, within the RFP, we're reducing the fleet size because there's been so many out on the street. We gave them an ability to grow and compete against each other. And those fleets that started out with 50 scooters per company has now turned into about 700 per company. And with the number of companies that are out there, there's about 4,000 scooters that were on the road when the pilot program ended. So one of the fixes,
I believe it.
One of the fixes we believe for the long-term RFP is to reduce that down to a total cap of 2,500 scooters with 4 companies participating. I'd like this extension to reflect as close as possible to that by resetting the fleets of all the companies, capping it at 2,500, but spreading it evenly amongst all the companies that now apply with the extension. That's the only amendment I'd ask and I'd like to check with the city attorney to make sure we can do that within this reso. I know as we go forward, if we'd like to expand boundaries and change things, that'll be done by ordinance, but I hope for your support today in at least getting the program back on the road so funding can flow and people can get around.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes, I have a question about this. Commissioner Russell, what you are asking is for an extension of the pilot program to make for the month that it has not been placed, that has been shut down?
It's making up for those lost months, but we're trying to extend it all the way through to whenever the award is granted, so we don't have a disruption of service again.
But that is not, well, if it is, if it passes and it is granted, and if we go citywide, the way I feel about it, I don't want to see them in my district. I know that it is an accident waiting to happen, and it is a mess. I heard before from you. I heard that a lot of promises that they were going to have a corral, that they were going to be picking them up, that no underage person was going to be riding them, that that they're not going to be riding in the sidewalks just like at full speed. I heard all of that, and nothing happened. And it is almost impossible to control. That's what I witnessed. It's impossible to control. You have underage people, kids, riding them and going the streets, going in the sidewalks. You have people that have been hit by those scooters. We have people that have fallen and they have been hurt, and they were all over the place, particularly in Brickell. I mean, I remember seeing them. I've been laying and obstructing the sidewalks on Brickell Avenue. There was nobody, even though they had painted on the floor a square and they said, "This is the corral." You see, they were not there because people will not. There is no consequences for anybody that rents one of these scooters to bring it to where they have to bring it. You see, there's no consequences, and there is no supervision whatsoever. And they were they were littering all the sidewalks. And I mean, I in a clear conscience, I still have my opinion about it. I don't want to be having in my conscience an accident that could cost people's life. That happened in Broward and other areas, and all those, even if you cut the fleet, all those promises that were made, none of them were kept. None. I mean, even at City Hall, and you just come out of City Hall and you look, I mean, there were scooters coming around City Hall because it's a nice place to go around. There were 13, 14-year-old kids riding them. And who was enforcing those promises that you made when you asked for us to vote for it? And another thing that now that I want to ask is, and I want to make sure that the revenues from this, if it is voted by the fellow commissioners, that those revenues should go to the general fund. Should go, in particular at this time, should go to the general fund. You see, and I'm very concerned. I mean, I'm willing to say, okay, we have a pilot program, and that pilot program was interrupted, and it was interrupted for 4 months or 6 months, whatever, 8 months. You see, it's interrupted. Okay, let's extend the pilot program by those months, and then you will come back and ask for an extension, or you will have an RFP. You see, because the pilot program has not been finalized yet, and the full extent of what the consequences of this, having all these scooters in our streets, on certain streets, hasn't been measured yet. You see, I mean, for what? Now you're saying that you are limiting the amount of scooters. Okay, fine. Let's see how it works with the less scooters and see if there is less littering. Let's just, and then when it ends, when the additional month ends, then we'll talk about it again, but not like this. I mean, I don't think it's right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, through the chair.
Yes, you're recognized.
Commissioner, I fully respect your opinion and position on this. You know, it's a pilot program for something we've never done before, and it certainly was a risk to take this on. I'm very proud to have created a program that has generated $1 million for the city. That's not something that happens every day, and I know all of us work on things to try to find revenues, and this was something that I really concentrated on and tried to plan to make it perfect. Of course, the rollout has not been perfect. Thank God it has not been fatal. But yes, there has been clutter, and yes, people are riding them that should not be riding them. We did address this. We changed, we made an amendment that increased the penalties for underage riding, and we put it on the scooter companies to find ways to identify. And as the RFP, which is already going out and being worked on, once that comes back to us, we are scoring that in a way that we will award to the people who have the best concept for eliminating underage riding, for eliminating clutter on the sidewalks. The corrals were created as an incentive, not as a mandatory, because these aren't meant to be docked. You're meant to have the freedom to stop and go where you need to get to. But we try to incentivize them financially, is our hope, that you get extra credit or money or discount if you go to that corral an extra 100 feet and then walk. So all the intentions are in place to make this the program it should be. But I agree with you, it's not there yet, and that's what a pilot program is all about. And part of that is weeding out the companies who, may not be trying as hard to do the right thing, and ones who don't have as good of equipment, et cetera. And that's what we believe the RFP will find out. We're really only limiting this to 6 months. And the idea is just to continue the revenue and the ability to give this to our residents in the interim leading up to the RFP. And so that RFP will come back to us for a vote for the permanent version with only 4 companies and a reduced fleet and much stricter rules and systems of how they do exactly what you're concerned about. But I do hope that a majority of us here are open to at least extending the pilot and seeing it to that award.
Through the chair, I stated, in all fairness, you see, although I voted against the pilot program, in all fairness, we had a pilot program that was interrupted due to the pandemic. And in all fairness, it should be extended of those months that were lost, which should allow you to, the pilot program to continue for those months. You see, that's what and in all fairness, I like to be fair. You see, and I think it's unfair. Said, okay, the time it's expired. Now we have to vote on it, or we have to bring an RFP. No, I still, if it is a pilot program, it is at the testing stage. You see. At a testing stage, let's do it. I mean, I'm willing to vote. I don't know if I have anybody that will support my position, but I'm willing to vote on extending it for those months lost, and see how it works, and because that will give us a better picture instead of already going into an RFP and granting a contract, something that we definitely don't know how it's going to. Okay.
Chairman.
Record, sir.
Let me try to be as politically correct as I can. Number one, if we weren't able to really know how many scooters they put out during this trial period, and you just told me we had maybe 7,000 out there, which I believe, because, what I was seeing was crazy, especially in front of Bayfront Park. That looked worse than a used car lot for scooters. But how are we going to be able to ascertain that if we approve something for 600 for each company, they're not going to put in 1,600 instead? It's the same as now. Furthermore, Commissioner Reyes brought up a lot of items that I agree with, but there's one that's been forgotten. We do have evidence, except it's been kind of quiet, of car accidents with scooters. I myself saw one by pure coincidence inside the police department, where in Wynwood, a vehicle hit someone riding a scooter in the street. It looked nasty. I don't know what happened. I didn't ask. But there's at least one car accident that we've had between a scooter and a car. And I think we all know who ends up in the losing end anytime you have that kind of accident. I don't know if there are more. There might be. I haven't changed my opinion from before. If we want to extend this for a few more months in a trial period, and then a majority would like to do it, that's fine. I'm not going to change my vote at the end of it. As I stated before, I am not going to have this in my conscience the day someone gets killed or hurt really, really badly. And this is not personal in any way. This is just the way I feel. I don't care how much money this might bring, even during these times. Lives are more important than money.
Mhm. Mr. Chair, and I'm just going to give you an example. Commissioner Correa, you're right. There have been if you go to a Coral Gables Hospital, there have been numerous people because Coral Gables has the scooters that they have gone to Coral Gables Hospital because they had accident. As a matter of fact, everybody knows Eloy in the fire department. His brother broke an arm, and when he got to the emergency room, the doctor said, "Don't tell me you were riding one of those scooters." See, and I mean, I agree with you. I won't have it on my conscience because if I vote in favor of this, and somebody, be it an old person or a young person that loses his life, I mean, I wouldn't be able to look at myself in the mirror. And besides that, I have got to bring something else. You see, in my districts, and in your district too, and most of the districts, we have very narrow sidewalks. And can you imagine if an old person, it comes out of their home or they are in the middle of the sidewalk and a scooter rider at 15 miles per hour, and that person weighs around that 180, 100, 200 pounds, hits him, will kill him. You see, I mean, they go faster than a defensive back runs, and a defensive back, many a times they have run into receivers, even with all the protections, and they have been made from life. They have been, become quadriplegic. I mean, I don't see this, or a lady that it's a strolling that baby in a sidewalk. I mean, our sidewalks are very narrow.
Well, I'll just say this: we're going against the national and worldwide trend.
Absolutely.
Look at all the major cities in the U.S. and other parts of the world that started with scooter programs and have canceled them.
Parents.
That should tell you something.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's how you guys really feel. Anything else?
Commissioner
Mr.
Deal.
Chair, thank you. So I can understand and I can grasp the last mile option that Commissioner Russell has championed for a long time. I get that in certain parts of our city or I think I get that in certain parts of our city that's important, downtown and maybe the health district in my district. I have the same safety concerns. So I know the RFP, I made it very clear to our manager from my perspective that we have to make sure that those safety concerns are addressed. I think they should be paying us more money. Again, always looking at revenue generators down the line with the RFP and everything else. I'm not sure that we should limit the number of scooters, to be honest with you. I mean, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That some of the irresponsible players that we've seen, some of the irresponsible actors, maybe we should take a second look at them, make certain requirements. But the idea that through Rezo we can extend this program for 6 months works for me. I don't know, and it's a question of our city attorney, if we can expand the program to take the health district into account through a resolution. I would like to do that. I also would like to talk about the revenue share. I think it's about 990 that's left over. It's about 80 that's been spent already. I know it all goes to District 2, but we expanded to include the health district, which is in District 1, City Commission District 1. That I would like part of that revenue share. I can be fair and say that, hey, it was already done in District 2 and the 990 should stay in District 2. That's okay. I wouldn't like it to go to a bike lane because I think that we should have our priorities in place and the right, the right list of where we should go first. So I would like something like sidewalk repair and other things that are included in the ordinance. I don't know what we can do legally with resolution versus ordinance. Maybe a city attorney can clarify that for me. But I wouldn't mind amending this if we can. I know we can. To include part of the health district or the entire health district. We can from 7th Avenue to 17th Avenue maybe, and from 7th Street to 20th Street Northwest. And kind of, because I think it makes sense there. I think it makes sense in downtown Miami as a last mile option, right? Where people want to get from, get off here and they want to go another 10, 2 blocks or 3 blocks. And they use that. I think it works in the healthcare, in the health district too. And so if we can do it, I would love to be able to do it, and I could vote for it, but it would have to include part of my district too if we can. And the 6 months, that's okay. RFP should be out by then. Maybe 4 months, I don't know. Well, we can talk about it. But let me get an answer from our city attorney, Mr. Chair, as to what we can do, what the limitations are from my perspective.
So currently, Chapter 8 of the City Code does limit it to just District 2. And Chapter 8 also indicates that the fees that come from the scooter program shall remain in that area, District 2. So in order to expand it to the Civic Center or any other area, both the program as well as the fees, it would require a code amendment. It could not be done by resolution.
It will require an ordinance.
Yes, sir.
So I had a conversation with our mayor earlier today about this issue, about many other issues that we've been talking about as we move forward on our agenda here for the city. And I was under the impression that we could actually include it in this. But if we can't, then I'm going to vote for helping Commissioner Russell, because I know it's something that's important to him. And we need to work together to move things that are important to each commissioner. I would like for him to commit to a few things along the way, including in a future ordinance to, expand it to the health district, including a revenue share for District 1, and including a commitment to do sidewalks and not bike lanes, because I don't think that in this time, and then we're going to have a conversation about the underlying a little bit later on today. But before we have that conversation, bike lanes, the underlying, these are things that are important and long for a big city like ours to have. But we got to talk about priorities. So I would like a commitment from you, Commissioner Russell, that you're going to prioritize sidewalks over bike lanes. I understand the county is still moving forward, that the whole North Miami Avenue corridor, whatever, anyway. And I wouldn't want to give the county money, our dollars, or limited dollars that the county didn't give us when they should have be giving us money, giving them money to complete a bike lane in any district. When we need to repair sidewalks, when our restaurants, this COVID-19 crisis is going to last, or the additional space that we need for outdoor seating for our restaurants. That to me is a priority, right? Over a bike lane. So that's where I am. And then as we move forward, and then I will be willing to accept an expansion of your scooter program that you champion into the health district, maybe some other areas. I know you can't go down Northwest 20th Street and 37th Avenue because, somebody's going to get run over. But in the health district, I get it. In certain parts of my district, I get it. But that revenue share is important. That expansion and future ordinance is important. The RFP, I wouldn't want to limit it. I understand why the limitation on the number of scooters. If it works, it works. So that's where I'm at.
Let me then go a little further. I see where the votes are at. It's going to be 3-2 with Reyes and myself opposing it. Before I go into where I want to go, and let me say this very seriously. First fatality that we have with a scooter and a vehicle, I want to make sure you guys are invited to that funeral.
Mm-hmm.
You're the ones that are voting for this. But having said that, if there's any kind of accident with a scooter in any of your district, we're sending fire rescue, we're sending police, we're sending other citywide services that are going there. So, and particularly in today's time, I don't think is correct that we're going to limit those dollars to the districts that are providing scooters. At least in Commissioner Diaz-Libertia's district, a very poor district that needs a lot. And no matter how much he gets from the scooters program, it's not going to be enough for all the needs that he has. District 2, an extremely rich district. I mean, I've seen the low-income housing that you helped push forward there. Marble in the countertops. That's low-income housing. You don't find that in Little Havana or in Alapata or in Flagami. So if you're going to move forward with this, the money has to go to the general fund, like Commissioner Reyes suggested earlier. That's a fair way of doing it.
With all due respect, if you're a no vote, I don't know that you're at the table to say where the money goes.
Well, this is not
Doesn't work that way.
about
No.
being a no
No, it
vote
doesn't work that
or
way.
a yes vote.
It
This is
doesn't work
about
that way.
what's
No, I'm no voting.
there for the city. And as
Sorry,
I pointed
Commissioner
out,
Russell.
you're going to
Commissioner
tell me
Russell.
that every time that we send out a fire rescue unit or a police unit for accidents or problems with those scooters, that's not general fund money? Of course it is. It might be that I might be having to send people from assigned to my district to yours, to District 1, or even Commissioner Reyes or Commissioner
right.
Murphy's district. But that all comes from the general fund. So I don't see where there's a right, and I know majority rules, not necessarily right, but there's no basis for a right to say that should go into the district where the scooters are going to be at. Beyond the fact that some of us don't want this in some of our district for the protection of our residents, there are also additional reasons. Our sidewalks are too small, too narrow. There's no way they could work in other districts.
So, Commissioner, I agree with you. The sidewalks are too narrow, and it's not the place where these scooters should be. There have been accidents. People have been hurt. And that's going to happen when we have an average of 8,000 rides a day that have been happening during the pilot program. And especially if you get an irresponsible user, there will be issues. It's the same with bicycles. It's the same with cars.
Yep.
On average, we've had less accidents with these scooters, less fatalities than we have with bicycles, cars, or pedestrians. Maybe we've been lucky so far, but maybe this is a feasible type of transportation that we're trying out in the city of Miami that could help alleviate some of our issues, help put less cars on the road. I am very appreciative, Commissioner Diaz-Libertia, of your openness to the idea of bringing these into your district. I think you will see there are some who don't like it, and you will get feedback from them as well. And there are a lot of people who absolutely love it and will rely on it to get to work and to lunch and to home. The financial share, I think, is a fair proposal. Once it's opened up and the district expands, it's not really about District 1, District 2, or where. It's whoever has a project to improve those streets and sidewalks in their area can use it. The whole reason it's cordoned to where the scooters happen, because we want those scooters to have the safest chance to provide a transportation for our residents without getting hurt. And so we know there are potholes. We know there are broken sidewalks. But more than anything, we want them to have a safe place on the road. We don't want them on the sidewalks. The only reason they're allowed on the sidewalks is because we don't have enough lanes for them to operate in the streets. So the only reason I was willing to take a risk on this entire program from day one was that it would create the funding that would solve the problem that it creates. And so that's why I'm asking for the portion that is going to be spent in my district, that I still have the ability to work with the administration on how it's appropriate to make it safest for them. Whether it's, and it is going to work on some sidewalks, it is going to work on roads, road quality, road striping, but it will also work on bicycle lanes. So those aren't in this moment bike lanes, because I know when you say a bike lane, it may sound trivial to the greater crises we have. But we've had more residents dying for lack of bike lanes, even over this last year and 2 years. And that's something that should be just as important for us to address. But by allowing this funding to be used for bike lanes is the sooner that we will get them off the sidewalks permanently. And eventually that ordinance will say, you are only allowed to ride these in the bike lanes. But until then, you have to allow them on the sidewalks to keep them safe from the cars in certain areas. So the portion that the county has already begun on is the county roads on that project that the DDA has helped plan and that Commissioner Reyes signed a resolution in support of. The portions that will not get done are the adjoining east-west city streets that are key to connecting the whole network. And so that's where the current plan is for the original funding to go. I'm open, I have some flexibility, but I do not want to be limited from creating the safety that these scooters absolutely need, which is a place for them to drive. They need a safe place for them to operate, or none of us should be in support of this.
I might be open to that possibility for your share of it, Commissioner. But I think you missed out on what I said. We're spending monies in fire rescue vehicles. We're spending money in police that are having to go out there and deal with these matters. So I don't want to limit that the monies are going to go strictly for sidewalks, lanes. We need to get a proportion of it that will go to pay the services of fire rescue and police as part of it. Especially when a little later tonight, we're going to be laying off 100+ police officers and firefighters. You're going to tell me that putting a little patch in a sidewalk here or there, putting a bike lane is going to be more important than keeping police officers and firefighters on? I don't agree with that.
So Commissioner Diaz-Urrutia, I'll be glad to co-sponsor the future ordinance amendment with you so that we can work together on this and make it as safe as possible and as fair as possible.
Thank you. I remember my 10th grade history professor that would tell me that your liberty to swing your fist ends just where my nose begins. And the question of whether you have 3 or 2 votes and you can pass things here, it goes against my thinking that we need to work together and that we need to find common ground on many issues, because we have a lot of, we're going through trying times in our city, the whole country, the whole world is, right? So just because you have 3 votes doesn't mean that you can impose what you want 100%. There has to be flexibility in your thinking, and there has to be, you can't be rigid in your formula. I agree with Commissioner Carollo that a percentage of this, and I'm willing to give it up in my district, I think you'll be able to give it up in your district. Mind you that I told you to keep the 990, right? From my perspective. I didn't say we want to take that. I asked you to spend it on sidewalks, on a bike lane, as a matter of priority. It's not a question whether you have 3 votes or 2 votes. It doesn't matter. It could be 3 today or 2-3 tomorrow. Today and tomorrow be something else. I think the idea of some revenue share can assist with the other commission districts is a valid point. What that percentage is, should have been equal percentage, probably not. But should some of that revenue be shared with the other districts because of the fires, the safety issues and the fire rescue issues that Commissioner Carrillo mentioned? Yes. So I'm open to a revenue share with all districts, all 5 districts.
Well, that would come in the ordinance, and I hear you. I hear you
In
loud.
a spirit of collegiality, that we all work together and we say, you know what? Yeah, I wanted the health district, you wanted in downtown Miami, and your district, Commissioner Carrillo, who was duly elected commissioner, duly elected Commissioner Reyes, duly elected Commissioner Hardeman, doesn't want it. Maybe he wants a design district, maybe somebody wants it at some point somewhere else. And that's their right, because that's why they're duly elected commissioners. People trust them to make those decisions. And along the way, they say, you know what, let's share the revenue. Everybody's happy, everybody wins, the city wins. And so I think that along the way, we should figure out a revenue share formula for all 5 districts that works.
Commissioner, if I may,
I'm sorry, let me finish. Maybe you mind, Commissioner?
I thought you had finished.
I'm almost done. I tend to talk a lot when, I mean, I don't know why I'm talking a lot today, because I'm maybe frustrated or antsy. I don't know what it is today.
I think you're right.
I'm one of those 2 things, you know? I kind of want to get things done, right? And it's important to get things done. And Commissioner Russell has championed this issue, and he thinks it's important, and it's important to, from his perspective, it matters to him. I'm not 100% in agreement. I do have the safety concerns. And Commissioner Carrillo, I got your funeral comment. I don't want somebody to die on my watch, but I got it. But I'm willing to govern without fear, as you are, as you have proven throughout your career, and do things that are important, that sometimes are a little bit risky, but they're important because they're things that move our city forward. In downtown Miami, this scooter program works. It does get people to where they need to go in a city that has serious transportation issues and problems, right? So it does work. I think it works in the health district too. I don't know, in other places, it may work here and there. We'll figure it out along the way. But I do want to have a conversation about a revenue share. I'm going to vote for it because Commissioner Russell has championed this, and I know he's passionate about it. I know he's going to be helpful to me along the way and other things that I want to do and everybody else wants to do. So that's what we're doing here in my city of Miami. We're working together to move things forward. We may not get everything we want, but everybody gets a little bit for the good of our residents. And that's why I'm going to vote for it.
Commissioner, I want to clarify something. If I understood what Commissioner Carrillo was saying and what I said, it is not that we want 10% or 40% or whatever the revenues is. It's that the right thing to do, and any other pilot or whatever, that requires also the services of the city of Miami.
Of course, I agree.
Any proceeds should go to general revenue. And from general revenue, we are financing and we are paying for the services that is going to be used by people that's going to be in an accident, or people that falls from one of this. Oh, I hope I never did it. But those additional services are due to the use of having these scooters on the road that we have to be paid from the general revenue. If that is the case, the revenue should go straight to the. I mean, I'm not asking for 10%, and Commissioner Carrillo is not asking for 10 or 20% of the revenue. What we are asking, I'm asking him to correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner. What we're asking is that revenue should go to the general fund, particularly when we are in a state that we are. And that's the only thing that
I could make a great argument that any project in a particular district, all the revenues generated by that project should go to that district. Or it should go to general revenue. But why argue?
General fund.
Right? I could argue that there's some things that benefit the entire city. There's some things that benefit particular areas of the city. So I agree with the parochialism argument sometimes when it says, you know what, if the risk is being taken by this commissioner or that commissioner or this commissioner, that why should everybody, the rest of the city, get some of those revenues? I do understand Commissioner Carrillo's perspective that there are city services that should be compensated along the way, right? To receive some revenue. So
But
I'm
let-
not open to, again, there's not a conversation for today because we're not decided that we're going to extend the pilot, right? But I believe that some revenue share, I don't believe with this particular program that a revenue share at even revenue share is fair. But I could be persuaded. You give me a different argument. I mean, I'm not completely, wed to this idea. I just think that if we're willing to take the risk of saying, hey, this works in our area, and nobody else wants to take the risk, that why should you benefit from it? Or
Okay.
you look at the whole picture, the whole city, and make the different argument, right?
I also.
That's just that's just a conversation we need to
Okay,
have.
that's also, but I also I wanna stress this. I don't agree, Mr. Russell, and that your statement, and it was, which I consider it was out of place and arrogant, that if you don't vote for it, you don't have a say. You see, and when you say.
That's why I made the comment. And
You see,
Commissioner
that
Russell,
doesn't work, because I've
I agree with you.
in favor, and you have been against me many times, and you're not with me, the hell with you. You don't have a voice. No, we all have a voice, and I don't really, don't appreciate because, by the way, you were not directing it to Commissioner Carollo, you were directing it to me too, or anybody that was opposed to or was against it. I think it was arrogant and out of place.
Let me say this. I'm not going to beat up on you too, Ken. I didn't take it personal. I just took it as a comment that, you probably.
I took it a little bit personal, and it wasn't even directed towards me, and I took it personal.
But
Because you can't do that. You can't say I have the votes, because then how many times have you had the votes, Commissioner
listen,
Russell?
I've been called so many things already, and especially since coming back, and accused of so many things that are not true, that, small stuff like this, I'm not going to take personal. So I don't take anything bad from it. It's a statement he made, and, that's it. We've expressed our opinion. What I'd like to do is, in your suggestions and moving forward, is suggest that we look at taking 40% of those funds to go to police and fire for the services they will be providing for this program, and that on the remaining 60%, the two districts that have it get 15%, and the others get 10%. That comes to the 60%. And I'm not going to be as hardline with the traffic, with the bike lanes or not. If that's what the district commissioner wants to work it on, so be it. I'm not in agreement with it, but that's up to each district commissioner how they want to spend their dollars. I mean, I know that even in my district, I got bike lanes that lead to nowhere. And what they're doing is because of the bike lanes that were placed in that nobody uses, basically, we're creating traffic jams, and particularly an area of growth on 2nd Avenue between Cora Way and 8th Street, like we've never seen. But let me go into a little bit into history on why some districts are able to have all the good, nice areas and have all these projects. And this is why projects in some areas need to be spread to the areas and districts of the city that are not as wealthy. And Mr. Reyes was around during those years. One point in the city's history, we ended up with a commission that had no African American, none. And the Anglo commissioner was in a situation that after him, there might not have been another Anglo commissioner.
Mhm.
I put my neck on the line and put all my political weight behind a charter amendment so that we could have districts and assure that for years to come, we were going to have representation from all the main groups within the city of Miami. And the reason that, Commissioner Russell, you have such a rich district and you have the most of everything is that we gerrymandered that district unlike nothing's ever been gerrymandered before, so that there would be an Anglo or someone that would be a white Native American out of Hispanic heritage that could be in that district in the future. And that part of our population would have representation for years to come. Now, in your theory, maybe we should start cutting up that district so that the other districts can get some of that wealth. But what that would do is that it would make it a lot more difficult to keep that balance into the future. So that's why we need to understand and work with each other, that you have districts that are so wealthy that low-income housing, you can even afford to put marble tops in the counters, while the rest of us can't even get low-income housing. And marble tops, my God, it's unheard of.
I, through the chair, Commissioner, you make me, you brought memories from that time. I remember all the discussions. I remember all the criticism that you withstood, and you were championing this idea of having this different districts in order of fairness. I mean, in the name of fairness, that should be a so-called white seat and a black seat. And I remember. I mean, the all the heat that you took, and you championed it, and it passed. And that's why we have the districts. And not was only that district gerrymandered. All the districts were gerrymandered also. You know that everybody was need to be. I mean, all the districts were gerrymandered, and
That's true.
And that is true. And but this one was, I mean, something that just look at the shape of it. You see, just look at the shape of it. I mean, it is. I remember that area, and what everything you said is true because I was a witness to it.
And I think we're going to have a great conversation a little bit later on today about redistricting.
Yes.
And how we move forward and to allow the representation, the categorical representation, I think,
remains that
Miamians deserve to keep peace and harmony in our city. It's important for us. We're a very unique city. So to work together and have the representation that every member of our city, every race and ethnicity in our city has the proper representation is important. So I agree with Commissioner Reyes. I was more offended than Commissioner Carollo was, because just because you have the votes doesn't mean the best powers are ones not used.
Yes.
Okay, the best powers are ones not used. So we need to work together and figure out that, hey, there's a give and take here. We help you, you help us, and we all help our city together.
And it's nothing personal.
Help you on this issue. I think.
And I want you to understand also that because I don't agree with an idea, like anybody doesn't agree with my ideas.
Of course,
it's not.
People
personal.
can agree to disagree and not disagree.
Absolutely, it's not personal, because if all we're going to think alike, I mean, it will be no fun being a because only one idea. You see, and I know it's not like that. It is not personal. The thing is that I have my concerns, my idea, and I cannot support something that I believe that it is an accident waiting to happen, and I don't want to have it on my conscience. And that's it. And I'm afraid for my residents that I mean, I think that I have some of those, Commissioner Carrillo, you too. We have a large population of elders. We have a large population of elders. I can see it walking in my neighborhood. They go on and they go for stroll on the sidewalk, and I see the ladies with the strollers on the sidewalk, and I cannot fathom the idea that some nuts in one of those scooters at 15 miles per hour is going to collide with one of those old people, and then they send them to the hospital and maybe to the death. It's not going to happen. And it is my opinion. See, it is my concern. I'm concerned about my residents and people my age. Okay, that's it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to help move this along, perhaps with direction to the manager and the city attorney to bring back an ordinance co-sponsored by whoever would like to join in on it, encapsulating what we discussed. I would love to get an analysis of how many accidents have happened that are scooter related, so we can get a handle on what burden this is placing on police and fire, so we can come up with a fair distribution of that when that ordinance comes.
Well, that's not going to give you the real numbers. There are many police officers that either have received a direct call or nothing is in the log that's going to appear that have had to have stopped people riding these things wildly, where maybe they haven't ticketed them, but they have had to use their time because of their actions. So that's
I'd like
not
to start somewhere with some sense of data, just so we can have that discussion from a place of numbers and maybe right.
That data
I
is
don't know
going
how
to be
much
upside
extra
down.
that costs for us for that policeman to do that.
That
But I think
data is going to be upside down.
in a bit of a circle here, and I hear where you're coming from. I hear you're against it. You've said some inflammatory things that upset me. I've said some inflammatory things that upset you.
I said it.
I
Look,
haven't heard any inflammatory things.
you haven't said anything that's upset me. I said that before. Now, if I said something, I don't think I said anything inflammatory, but if I said something that offended you, that was not the intention. I think we're all grown-ups here, that we're not so gentle that, any little stroke, we
I
start
agree. I agree. I don't think we need to clutch our pearls.
Look,
someone-
Chairman Hardiman, we really need maybe Christine King to replace you, so we have a female in this group. And then maybe we have a female member of everybody can calm down and get a little bit of testosterone level down a little bit here. We're all good to go. Nobody said anything inflammatory.
What I don't understand is,
Christine,
you and Reyes were the ones that, told them you were offended.
Yeah, and he took it out on you. I know, I saw that. I saw that.
I don't understand why he wants to pick the fight with me.
Yeah. You guys need to get along. Everybody needs to get along here. So
Did LSR give you another call or what? I don't know.
So I think that I like the idea, if I may, Mr. Chair, through you. I like the idea of having the city manager come to us. I don't agree with your idea, Commissioner Carrillo. You're my good friend, but I don't agree with your percentage breakdown because I don't think it's based on what we can find out. If we find out it's 40%, it's 40%. But I do believe in a revenue share. There should be some revenue share. With all districts, it is a citywide issue at the end of the day, and everybody should benefit. And I'm a big believer on the whole redistribution of wealth thing that I said earlier today. That his district is the richest. Commissioner Russell's district is the richest district, and the whole city should benefit from that. So I do believe that I have to be consistent in my thinking, right? That there should be a revenue share. I'm not sure it should be 40%.
Then why do we do this?
I don't know what the
Why don't
number
we
is.
bring back an ordinance that would include what you requested?
Yes, sir.
And let's not vote it in
Okay.
this until that ordinance gets back for first reading and second reading. And that will give the manager the opportunity to look at this closely and give us some numbers.
I will move. I will move. I agree with that, but I will move that we extend the scooter program as is, according to what we can do with Reso, because that's what I think Commissioner Russell wants today. So you have, for my one vote, you have my vote today, Commissioner Russell.
Now,
But you take everything into account that's been said today, and you take it seriously. And you come back, and when you come back with an ordinance that includes everything else that we talked about today, that it has to be fair. And if it's not fair, I won't vote for it. But if you want to extend the scooter program as is, right? We can't add but new boundaries. It's still in your district. You still keep the money for now, right?
Yep.
You can't spend it. You can't spend it on a bike lane. That's the only thing I won't accept for my vote, right? On sidewalks. If you agree to that, I'll vote with you today.
I'm the guy that didn't care if you put the bike lanes. You picked the fight with me, not with him. You know? I don't understand.
I want to clarify something.
You're really going to let me have bike lanes, but you're a no vote, Mr. Chairman, if you could, and because I think this is a very key point. If this program did not fund lanes that these scooters could then be on instead of the sidewalks, I would have never brought it. And I can't in good conscience allow the scooter program to continue if it doesn't have the ability to not only fund sidewalk improvement.
You're going to sacrifice an extension of your pilot program that you created because of your adamant belief that it has to go for bike lanes, really? With no ability to compromise?
In addition to sidewalks and streets, if it doesn't have the ability to improve the bike lane infrastructure, and I'll call it the scooter lane infrastructure, that's the only reason I allowed scooters in the first place in my district, was so that it could help fund those lanes for those scooters and those cyclists to
Not for the last mile option, not for all the other arguments you made in all these commission meetings on why scooters were important to you.
It all
of a sudden for a different program.
Without those lanes, it doesn't work. Without those lanes, it doesn't work. So I'm imploring you to stick with me on this.
The people who ride scooters do not use the bike lanes. I've seen it. They're on the sidewalk. One thing is not the other. One thing doesn't support the other. The argument is not a correct argument, Commissioner.
When we have a good bike lane.
Have you seen people on scooters and bike lanes, really?
Absolutely.
I have not. I'm sorry. I'm living in a different Miami than you are.
I've also seen them outside of it. You're absolutely right. There are abusers.
On sidewalks. They've run over me. In fact, they've run over me a couple of times, right? I'm walking through downtown Miami.
One thing
I want to meet with you. I'll tell you a story very quickly, Mr. Chairman. I want to meet with you after I made my runoff, and someone was taking me there, and you cut in front of me on a scooter, and I said, "Wait a minute, that's Commissioner Russell." And we're going. This is a true story. And we're going to near Shoshani's place. Remember? And you cut right in front of me, and I said, "Was that Commissioner Russell?" And we almost ran over you. Is this a true story or not?
Oh, so said, you didn't run over him.
I did it because he was going to support me at that point. Had it been before the primary, I probably would have run over him. But at that time, it was different because I knew he was going to support me at that time. So it was different. So, I mean, and you were not in a bike lane. You were in a sidewalk, and then you went across the street, not in a bike lane, and onto another sidewalk. So,
if I can clarify.
Hold on a second, Vicky. We're discussing public policy. Well, we need the legal thing. We'll go to you, okay? All right. So the idea that you are so tied into the bike lane concept may make me walk away from helping you today.
It's just a part of it.
Why would you do that?
It's not all about bike lanes, but it cannot be disqualified from being spent on bike lanes. I mean, you all have various things in your district you know you need to address. I have cyclists dying in my district, and I know I need to address. 1 year ago, we had an accident out on Arthur Lamb Road. I asked the then manager and the then administration to fix that intersection. They put up a little sign, and I texted them. I said, "That's not enough." 1 year later, another person died. And then within a month, they had signage, speed bumps, new striping, a bike lane. And I guarantee you that's going to solve that intersection from here forward.
I think that's the reason I'm supportive of that, is because it's not necessarily about I have my own theory about those who ride scooters. I've explained to you all before. The bike lanes are something completely different. And to use scooters to fund bike lanes actually lends to the safety more so for bicyclists than those on the motor things. Because if you've ever ridden a bicycle on a public street, it could be a frightening thing. And so, you know, I do believe that we need more protected bike lanes in our city. But and so that's why I've always been supportive of the idea that the revenue coming from these scooters go towards bike lanes. I don't know if that will be where that should be where the motor people ride. I think if you're on that moped, you need to be on the road. You need to follow the traffic laws. That's where you need to be. But bicyclists, although they are allowed to be on the road, I think it's much safer for them to be in the bicycle lanes. And so that's the way. If I were designing it, it would be that way. And so I just appreciate that. You know, this is outside revenue coming in that can build protected or bike lanes for bicyclists, and I think that's a win-win. I don't necessarily take it as the bike lanes are for the mopeds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know our needs are different in different districts, and I do know what my district needs in this case. I know that road conditions are different throughout the city, and there's a lot more investment needed in other places, and I want to help you all where that's needed, for sure. And while I do have road issues and sidewalk issues, my main issue right now is the safety of my cyclists, my pedestrians, and these scooter users. As you said, Commissioner Carollo, this scooter thing it's on me, you know, and when someone gets hurt, I'm gonna have to live with that. I'm gonna have to deal with that.
Yep.
So I'm trying to do everything I can to make it as safe as possible. And if I say that I'm not gonna spend this money on something that I believe will make it safer, I'm actually allowing something to become more dangerous, and I can't do it.
Point of
Well,
clarification.
maybe, let me try to help you out here. Don't use as much marble on the countertops and the low-income houses. Maybe you could shift some of those dollars for the bike lanes. Look, come into our districts and see what real low-income housing is.
Yes.
And, you know, you can't have it all in dollars. But, you know, that's between you guys. Just don't, you know, get mad at me, you know, if he's telling you something, you know.
A point of clarification. And I thought that what we were doing here, we were going to extend it. You were asking to extend the pilot program. A pilot program is a tryout. It's a tryout where you get you observe what's going on, the pros and cons, and then you decide if it is worth it. That's, in my opinion, what a pilot program is. From what I'm hearing here, Commissioner Russell, you are taking this as a fait accompli that we are going to have contracts that we are going to, it's going to be an RFP, and we are going to pick the companies that they are going to be, we choose to operate the skateboards in the city of Miami without the pilot program ending and a proper analysis of the pilot program undertaken. You see, I told you, in all fairness, I will vote extending, giving the pilot program a chance, extending it for 6 months, but without the assurance that you have that we're going to have an RFP and going to be picking the companies that they are going to be providing the skateboards and they're going to be in charge of it. That's not what a pilot program is. I will support an extension in order for us to analyze the pilot program, and after the analysis comes with all the pros and the cons, then we go the next step. But now you are talking about it like if it is going to be, we don't need any pilot program. What we want to do is go into a permanent use of or a permanent ordinance to use allow the scooters in the district. In the city. That is not a pilot program. That's not what was
I agree with you.
before. You see,
You're absolutely right. That's not the way it's meant to be. And if it's coming off that way, it's coming off incorrectly. It's not a fait accompli. The RFP only was crafted after there was an actual analysis of the initial phase of the pilot program. And there was a full analysis. There was analysis of accidents, of numbers, of speed, of
I haven't seen it.
zones of where they were used. It's available for you. It's available for you. And I'm glad to make sure the administration shares it with you and everyone.
I can vote if
They
this
said-
is gonna lead to an RFP just like that, I'm against it.
Mr.
trying
Chair,
to-
Mr.
I'm trying to
Chair.
agree with you. The pilot program was studied, and there is a full report on that study of the first 6 months of the pilot program. The extension was meant to try to keep us from having a gap in service between issuing the RFP. But even then, the RFP is not a fait accompli. The RFP cannot be won and awarded without coming back to this commission again. And we can wait and analyze all we want till we know it's the safest, correct way. And I'm with you. We shouldn't move forward on it.
We don't have to vote for an RFP. Who decides if there's gonna be an RFP or not? Is it us?
I'm sorry?
Who decides if
Chair,
there's gonna be
Can I be
an
recognized at some point?
Yeah, and RFP, I'm sorry, Commissioner, and you had your share of speaking, man, let me speak.
I talk way too much to that. I'm sorry.
Okay, and doesn't an
Sorry.
RFP has to come through us?
I was just on a roll today, so I thought I'd keep on doing it, what the heck. I'll wait for you.
Maybe,
But I mean, if they are preparing an RFP have been prepared, has been with our knowledge. And you have been prepared without having the time the sufficient time to analyze the pilot program. And that's my understanding of what a pilot program is. It is not, let's do it and then we switch. And no, it's not like that.
Commissioner Diaz-Leportilla, would you be willing to use some of that money from the program to bring in experts from Wuhan province that have a lot of experience in bicycle lanes and bicycles?
Exactly.
They have to be vaccinated first.
So we become another Beijing, right?
They give us the COVID, and then they sell us all the tests and everything else.
And we have so much cultural appropriation going on in Miami now,
my
that anything can happen here. So, what I want to do though, seriously now, if I may, Mr. Chair, through you, I think what was before us, and I think what Ms. Mendes meant to say when she was when we were having the conversation, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude to you, Ms. Mendes. I was just engaged in the
You did.
conversation, and maybe I was a little bit blunt. I'm sorry. I apologize. Was that what we're voting on today? It's a resolution. We really can't expand on it. We really can't increase the boundaries or expand the boundaries. So we're just voting for an extension, right? For an extension of the pilot program to continue as is. And then we'll have the rest of the conversation on another day. Is that correct? Is that what we're voting on? Ms. Mendes?
Yes, and also the only really thing is the extension, and you can deal with the fleet. I think that was the original.
Why can't we
motion.
deal with the fleet? If the fleet is by ordinance, right?
The fleet, the city, which is you, is able to change the fleet number. And I believe that was part of the original motion to reduce the fleet number, I believe. So you could do those two things.
How can we do that?
But we can reduce the fleet as part of an ordinance, but we can't expand the boundaries?
In the ordinance, it clearly says that you can extend by resolution,
Okay.
and you can address the fleet number as well. But it doesn't say you can expand because it's only in the District 2 area.
Okay, so, and then we can determine how those dollars are spent later on. We can leave that debate for a different day, right? For a new ordinance and all that.
Well,
Okay, so I will move, I'll move.
But Madam City Attorney,
I'll make a motion and then we can
in
debate.
this
it.
resolution,
Right.
there's nothing in this resolution that prevents the monies from being spent in bike lanes.
So
you
that's
can
what I was
spend the
trying to
money
clarify.
in bike lanes.
So what I was trying to clarify, legally, not policy issues, but legally, I just wanted to tell you that the section says that it is for sidewalk
Sidewalks and bike lanes.
areas, it says sidewalk, which is what you wanted, sidewalk area, which technically includes bike lanes, and or street improvements within the pilot program.
Okay,
it
so,
covers all that you want, obviously only within the program area.
okay, so.
That's what I was trying to
I
clarify.
am correct. It includes the bike lanes, so.
Yep.
I don't know, Commissioner Diaz-Libertad, this needs to be amended because it does include bike lanes.
Includes everything. It includes bike lanes, street repair. Why would you want to exclude one thing that I'm telling you I need in my district, and that's the whole reason I created the program. It's just, I want to be as flexible as I can for all of our spending. But it's.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, can we then, it's 900, whatever, 990,000, whatever the number is. Can we then limit the percentage of spending of the 990 so that it's mostly for sidewalks and not bike lanes?
You could change the resolution. You could amend the resolution.
You can say where it goes based on the project.
Yeah, you could amend the resolution now where you make it clear, no bike lanes.
I want to ask it's not my program. It's what he wants, what this commissioner wants. Are you willing to compromise and say, you know, I'm going to dedicate more dollars of what's available now to sidewalks, because I think this commissioner and other commissioners happen to think that we need sidewalk repairs in any district, because just because you represent a district doesn't mean it's not part of Miami, right? It means that our patrons also go to your district to restaurants and they want to sit outside, and we need sidewalk repairs and everything else. People don't stop on 7th Avenue and say, I'm not going to go to 5th Avenue or 4th Avenue because it's Ken Russell's district, right? We have to look beyond parochial concerns and say we're going to go, you know, to fix sidewalks, because the majority of the commission may feel that sidewalk repair is more important than bike lanes. We just think that our priorities are different than yours. And the majority of the commission, I may finish, the majority of the commission thinks something. Why won't you accept that? I don't get it. I mean, I understand you want some monies to go to the bike lane. I get that. I know it's something that's important to you. Look, I like green space. I like things that I'm fighting for that traditionally people won't expect a Republican to fight for. So I like the idea of bike lanes at a certain time, a moment in history or in time when it's a priority. But it's not always. We're not at that moment in history right now, and other things are maybe more important right now. And do you get that thinking or that logic or
I do, and I hear you, and I think the moment that we can really dig deep on that compromise is in November, after where we actually place this on the agenda, because there was an item of how that money was going to be spent, and we had disagreements about it at that time. And I said, let's push it off till later, and let's have that discussion then. And so it's coming on an agenda in our November meeting.
Then I'm going to help you. Then I'm going to help you to extend the program as is, and we'll talk about it in November. But
Thank
just
you, sir. I really
promise me that we're going to really talk about it.
But how much of that money that's there now? How much of that money that's there now is going to be spent in bike lanes? Can somebody tell me?
It's not allocated at this point. It just has to be spent by ordinance on sidewalks and street improvements.
So we can have a budget conversation about it, right? We can go to budget amendments, and we can say, you know what, spend it on this. After the majority of the commission can decide that. But for now, we can extend the program as is. This resolution, as you sponsored it, as is. I'll help you, and I'll move it.
But you still could take out the part, you could amend it on the bike lanes.
I can, but I'm not gonna do it to him today. Maybe I'll do it next time. Because I think that we all understand that and I think he and every commissioner here understands what the majority of the commission is at, right? We don't want this to be spent on things that may be seen by some as frivolous, vis-a-vis things that are really priorities during these difficult economic times. And I know that a bike lane is somewhat of a frivolity at a time when we have other things that we need.
Agreed.
from my perspective.
And that's why I wanted to create a program that would not draw from the general fund to do that. And so I really appreciate that, Commissioner Diaz-de-la-Portilla. I think it's a very logical and it's congenial. I really appreciate the gesture, and I will be at the table with everybody at the table, no matter how you vote.
Again, so
That's fair
that
enough.
you could understand Commissioner Diaz-de-la-Portilla a little more. He's younger than I am, so.
A little bit. I'm not that much younger.
Well, he is.
You look like George Bush today.
Which one?
The younger one.
The younger one. No, the old one.
But the you look at Cuba today in the past, and all you see are bikes everywhere. Cuban Americans are traumatized with bikes. So that's one of the issues, in addition to the statements that you heard here today. So don't take it personal. That's part of the problem. Anyway, gentlemen.
Let me go back to my question. Okay, I am going to stress that this is a pilot program. That a pilot program, if it's going to be extended, at the end of the pilot program, we need an independent report of the pros and cons of this pilot program. And then we will go into an RFP. I asked the question.
That's my understanding. That's what I think the Commissioner Russell understands. I think we all.
No, I don't think he understands. He's talking about the RFP if it is prepared. I don't know if it is ready or not, or if it had been. And I mean, there's the concept of it, or I don't know what's happening. But when this commission, without my vote, voted in favor of the pilot program, it was a pilot program, and we should define what a pilot program is. It has a limited amount of time. It's a testing period, and we test it. And if it works, we might go ahead with it, and we could extend it another time, for another period in order to really test it, or we go for an RFP in order to make it permanent. But according to Commissioner Russell, and the way that he stated, the RFP is out there. It's going to be out there. To make this program permanent, and I don't think that is right. And I vote for that.
October 8th is the ordinance for the scooter program to make it permanent. The appropriations for the bike lanes that Vice Chairman Russell was interested in is November 19.
Then when I said it's a fait accompli without us knowing anything, I didn't know anything. There is not a report on the pros and cons. They are already making an ordinance to make it permanent without any one of us knowing anything but him.
It was it was an indefinite deferral, and it's coming back. You know how all of you don't like our indefinite deferral process that comes back, it just pops up?
I don't think it is right. If
Mr.
we
Chairman,
don't go through the process, it is not right.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I would like to direct the manager to share the report on the pilot program that was crafted before an RFP was drafted. And that RFP was drafted based on the learnings from that report. Alan Dodd, our Director of Public Works, helped lead this. Our procurement department was involved. This has nothing to do with just Ken seeing anything. There's a report that should have been shared with all of you. And if it wasn't, it needs to be, because it affects the life safety of our residents as a whole. So that report has been made. It has not been hidden from you. And if it has, the administration needs to get it to you, Commissioner Reyes.
Sir, what I'm saying is that report only accounts for a few months of this pilot program. I want to report, and when the pilot program was for a year, right? Well, I'm willing to extend, to go as far, because out of fairness for the project. Out of fairness to you, because you are the one that asked for a pilot program, and it was cut short because of the COVID virus. And I said, okay, let's extend it so we can really analyze it. But if you already have, I mean, there is a report of 4 months of this being in operation. And based on those 4 months, now you are going to have an RFP that is already made. I am totally opposed to that. I'm totally opposed to that because that doesn't follow the process. I mean, how can we analyze something 4 months in operation?
Mr. Chairman, can we call the question?
Call the question.
Chair,
Yes, you're organized.
just so the record is clear, moved by Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, seconded by Commissioner Russell. However, Commissioner Russell, you did make an amendment at 5:15 to reduce the number of scooters. Is that still, no, so as is?
Diaz de la Portilla does not wish that part of the amendment, so we'll leave it at the full.
As is.
As is.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Seeing no further discussion.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
All against?
No.
Nay.
Noted for the record, 3-2, motion passes. Let's move on to RE4.
Esto rompe el proceso.
RE4,
This is the one having to do with the Miami 21 task force.
I move.
I heard a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second.
I believe, Chairman, I'm sorry, I believe that this was sponsored by Commissioner Reyes and he stepped away for a second.
Right, so let's just move on to RE5.
RE5. Move.
This is the mayor's mediation program for CIP.
Move.
Second.
Item has been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the item say aye.
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 All against? Motion carries.
We have a background.
Let's move on to RE7.
RE7. Move it.
Chair, just for the record, Commissioner Croy would like to co-sponsor RE7.
Right, it's noted all for the record.
I would also like to co-sponsor it, please.
Which one is that? I'm sorry that I had to take a little trip to
No
the.
problem, we'll come back to you.
It happens.
We're probably moving.
I'm right behind you, Commissioner.
What are we talking about now?
Russell had made a motion
It's
to
been
get
properly-
you out of being chairman of the DDA.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he would love that. Oh, man, he will love that. Who seconded? Who
Welcome
seconded?
took back the DDA, the CRA. What's going on here, guys?
That's right. I mean, he will love that.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve.
So, I will also want to sponsor, co-sponsor RE7 too, please.
Okay. Noted for the record. Been properly moved and seconded. All in favor of item RE7 say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion passes.
And
I want to
that
bring
Bring
up,
one was
RE5 back.
substituted.
I'll bring up
RE7.
RE5, RE4.
RE4, right.
RE7 was a substitution. Everybody had noted that.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. I think this is needed and this will protect our water table. It's about RE7. Thank you for co-sponsoring RE7. RE4, okay? Are we on RE4? What's going on? I can't not hear you.
I'll make a motion for it.
Okay, I second it.
I'm sorry, where are we? I'm
Probably
sorry.
move the second.
I have somebody talking to me, so.
RE4.
Been properly moved and seconded to approve RE4. Now we'll have some discussion. I recognize the
Okay.
vice chairman. I see his hand up.
Thank you. I'd like to understand where we go from here if we do this, because we've come a long way in trying to assemble this board, and I know the needs are there in Miami 21. What is your thought, Commissioner Reyes, on
Well, my thought, I'm very glad that you asked about that. And my thought about it is that there was some sort of conflict of interest innuendos about this. And there was also, we needed, because of some of the appointees were experts in the material, in Miami 21, but they at the same time they represented some developers. And what I'm trying to do, instead of asking for waivers, you see, form following the directive from our law department, that we form a different type of I would say that not a board, but a group that will analyze Miami 21 and where all participate on it, but with people, experts that are also that will analyze all the aspects on it and how we protect single family homes. That it is the intent of this ordinance is to see how can we protect single family homes and avoid problems that are existing now that is encroaching on people's backyards. See?
May I offer a recommendation?
Hmm?
May I offer a recommendation?
Sure, sir.
So we have a board that actually is assembled of people that we consider to be specialists in the code and that weigh in on our issues every day, and that's the PZAB itself. And it is within their defining documents that they are allowed to weigh in on or make recommendations to the commission. What if we tasked PZAB with conducting an exercise? So those boards and anyone in public hearings and in maybe a charrette type of system where the PZAB will weigh through all these items in Miami 21, these issues, and then bring a resolution of recommendation up to the city commission. That way we don't have any issue of who's on the recommendation board or the task force. We already have that board, and they do have this within their ability, and we know that they know the code. That when they see the problems with the code every day, and of course they can be lobbied by the public and anyone who has an interest in Miami 21 in a very fair and open, transparent way, and they will make their recommendations to us, and then we could vote.
Well, we had in the original resolution, and we had, and what we proposed, we had PZAB as part of it was they were going to analyze the recommendations, and then we were going to take it from there. If before any decision was made, what we were supposed to do, what we're going to do is bring it to PZAB and say, listen, these are the recommendations. These are the different recommendations from many people that are experts on it, because they are the ones that know the loopholes and all that, and they're using those loopholes against us. You see, and those are the people that I want their input on it, because they've been vetted and they are residents also. You see, and then after those recommendations come in, and we have your input, Mr. Carollo, Diaz de la Portilla, every one of us, Mr. Harriman, and then all those recommendations come. All gather, and they are given to PZAB. Said, what do you think about this? How can we improve all this recommendation? How can we improve this? Because it's something that is needed. It's something that is needed. I think that it is about time that we take a good look at how Miami 21 is affecting us. You see, and that's it. Vicky, Madam City Attorney, I'm sorry. You had some. Suggestions, right? What we can do.
Yes, the same way that the vice chairman has also said, the PZAB can hear these items, and everybody could come in the form of charrettes. You do already have about 20 planners and professional staff in the administration that can handle these things, and they can hear all the different opinions. You set up these workshops, and it could work within the timeframes that you've set up, and then there doesn't have to be any type of waiver as as suggested by the state, and everybody will feel more comfortable. Even though there's nothing inappropriate with getting the waivers, everybody's a professional, but at the end of the day, if the citizens feel more comfortable, and you could do it through your present.
It's not only the citizens, it's that we are placing those people that are willing to serve into a scrutiny that, and also some accusations which were out of place. That because they were, I mean, they earned a living doing a job, and that job makes them experts on it. And I vetted my appointment, and I know that each one of you vetted your appointees, and you were happy that they were going to be very, very, very professional about it, and they were going to recommend what was best for us. And if it is, I mean, I want to make sure this is not because I'm being afraid of what a couple of people have said or what they have written or anything like that. I have a clear conscience that people that were appointed there are people that knew Miami 21. Some people, they wanted to be appointed to, and they called me. They said, okay, Manolo, why don't you appoint me? I said, what do you know about Miami 21? What do you know? You see, it's like me being, having a heart attack and then go to a chiropractor. I mean, what do you know about hearts? You see, it's as I said it, and the press caught it. If I have a problem with my car, I go to a mechanic and I don't go to an architect. You see, I mean, those people, they know what they're talking about, and I want their input. I want their input because they are the ones that find all that they find, and you know they do. You know they do because, Madam City Attorney, you are the ones that have to confront them. Sometimes they know all the ins and outs of Miami of the legislation, and I want them to point it out to us. And point out, not only point it out to us, also point out solutions to those weaknesses that we have found that have been encroaching in our neighborhoods, and the things that I mean, I want to stop, and I want to protect as much as I can single family homes. You see, but if that is the way to do it, that's fantastic. But are we going to invite all those people to come and assist us? And we can do whatever, everything that you mentioned, let's do it. But I want to ask you a favor. Let's get this going as soon as possible, because we need to move on this as soon as possible, because we got to stop, you see, developments that are really hurting people, you see, and hurting neighborhoods. And I mean, I am not so intransigent to say, no, this is my idea. No, that doesn't go like that. You see, I mean, the idea is to find a solution. And how are we going to get there? Well, I open for all suggestions, and let's do what you suggested, Madam City Attorney. But Mr. City Manager, could you please work on it as fast as you can, and then try to organize all those meetings and then share it out all of it. Okay. All right. So abolish this and let's move over.
Are you open to a friendly amendment that the city attorney and manager work with all of the commissioners to develop alternative proposals?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this is not my, as I told you, I'm not that childish that it is mine. It's my, no, absolutely. What I want is solutions, Commissioner Rosales. I want solutions. You see, I want an in-depth analysis, and I want solutions coming from the. I mean, I hope that every single commissioner, they will be advised by people that really know the law. I mean, the code back and forth, because I'm going to do that. I'm going to get myself. I'm going to try to get people to advise me and to point out potential problems and solutions. You see, and what I'm going to present to them is a string of complaints that I have received from my constituents and problems that I have seen, because I have seen some justices be made that are people that their homes are being encroached by development, and people that they cannot even go to get out in the backyard. You see, I'm going to bring those and I'm going to try to find solutions to those problems. And I hope every one of you do the same. Is that clear? Okay. So I
Does
move
the
this.
does the seconder also agree with the amendment?
Let's call the vote.
Say it again now. I'm trying to understand. Sorry about that. My video is up everywhere.
Sorry, Chairman, I just had
So
requested.
basically, we just want to move it through the PZAB because the board can handle it. Is that what the understanding is?
Yes, sir. And what we're going to do, we're going to have the city manager and the city attorney. They're going to start working on a process, how we're going to go as fast as we can, start the process. And every single commissioner will have a say. And I really hope that comes before the PSAT. And what I was suggesting that every one of us get advice from people that really know the code, really know Miami 21.
Right. No, I'm not, and that's what I'm most fearful of. I just want to make sure that we get good information so we create a policy and not necessarily.
That's right. Okay.
But so there was a motion, there was a second, and Mr. Vice Chairman, you were saying something?
What amendment was it?
Full amendment, because it says manager and city attorney to work with the District 4 commissioner, and I asked if it could be all commissioners, and he said yes.
Okay. All right.
Chair,
wait a minute, but work with the commissioners and in order to, how it's going to be conducted or getting your input into it. Okay, that's what it is. Okay.
All right.
Chair, it was moved by Commissioner Correa, seconded by Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Correa do you accept the amendment, sir?
Thinking about it. There are no bike lanes in this one, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
Couple.
For the meantime, I would like the opinion of the manager right now, what he thinks on all this.
So I'm of the opinion that I actually liked the committee, the task force structure. I understand the conflict issue, but I think there can be some sort of hybrid version of this put together, which would allow the individuals that we actually had identified as task force members to come and speak in some sort of workshop or charrette. I just don't want to get too bogged down, but I think it's going to be important to get each of your opinions in terms of.
I want
to, because I'm not entirely in concert with the city attorney on the structure. I respect her position on this. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'll defer to the commissioners and get your perspective on it, and then we'll kind of move in a direction that takes into consideration your preferences. I'm not going to make it my issue. It's really yours.
Okay.
I understand that. I just wanted your input on it because what I don't want to do with this either, if we're going to be having those charrettes and stuff, I don't want to make this into an open-ended game where you have a small group of people that are against everything in the city all the time, come in and try to hijack what we're trying to do.
I agree with you 100%. And
I don't want to see ambulance chasers.
I made it.
Come to the meeting, pound their chest that they got another victory against the city of Miami when they haven't gotten anything.
That's right.
So,
I'm excuse me but I want to make clear again, and I said it and I stated, this is not this change here. It was because we didn't want to create any problems to those people that they offer their services that they did. And I said, okay, let's form this in a different way. But it is not because of pressure or anything that was written or any calls that I received. I received plenty of calls, people that they were criticizing me for appointing people that are attorneys, that they are the experts that they work for companies, or they have been before us trying to find loopholes from Miami 21. And those are precisely the people that I want.
And I agree with Commissioner Carroll and Commissioner Reyes, Mr. Chair, I'm talking through you. You know, I don't want these bunch of losers that are looking for cheap headlines, which is really what's happening here, right? A bunch of losers that are not good at their profession, that are not good at anything they do, are just attacking and coming and hurting and defaming people, you know, to try to change the agenda of what the city of Miami really needs and what the duly elected officials of the city of Miami know that Miami needs to move forward. So to me, I'm in complete agreement. We don't need these people doing this. We need to do what's right here. And Commissioner Reyes, I know the controversy they created this controversy around one of your appointments because they wanted to create the controversy, because they want to create negativity, and they want to defame, and they want to attack. And you know what? We at some point we have to stand up and say enough is enough.
No.
Enough is enough. If you want to make decisions, political decisions, you know what? Run for office and win, and then you make political decisions. Put your neck on the line like the rest of us do, and then you make political decisions.
And I'm going to add to your comment, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, that we were elected to make difficult decisions and not popular decisions. We were elected to make the decisions that we, on our conscience, we think that is best for the community, and that's why we elected. And if we make a mistake, well, then vote against me. But
the vote us out of office. It happens.
That's right.
I lose elections, you win elections.
I am committed to try to find the best solution for a problem that it is affecting our community, it's affecting our neighborhood. And I don't want this to become a circus. You see, I want it to be. The way that to be organized that if anybody is going to come and we're going to open to the public, it would be within certain boundaries, and decorum. And we have to keep the decorum. You see, no accusations to anybody that start accusing anybody or offending anybody should be kicked out of the meeting. And that's it. You see, we have rules for the engagement.
Of course, there's if I may, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Carollo asked a very important question of our city manager, and Mr. Manager, I think it's important because I think your opinion matters in this. I think you and I have spoken many times about the need to revamp Miami 21, the need to change our zoning, laws to allow for the development and the growth in the responsible way that Miami needs to undergo in the 21st century. So to me, your opinion matters on how you want to pursue this. It's not you leave it up to the commission. It's what do you think? What's your vision? I want a more direct answer from you of what your vision is on what you think it should, you think this commission should be headed.
Candidly, Commissioner,
Yes, sir.
I think that the individuals who interact with that code on a regular basis, whether they be design professionals, whether they be developers, whether they be land use attorneys, those are the individuals that are the most prepared and most well equipped to give us input. That is as plain and as straightforward as I can make it. And if we want real change, right, and you want to afford yourself the opportunity to get real input and meaningful suggestions to create clarity to the code, because that's probably the single biggest issue with Miami 21 is clarity, then you need to put people in a room, right, that have a stake, right, that have had a lot of interaction with that code over the last 13, 14 years, and actually can propose real, meaningful change, right, that'll get us to an evolved Miami 21, which is really what our end goal is.
And that's a straight talk I was waiting for, right? You're right. That's exactly what we want to do here.
That has convinced me.
That's my only nervous with the PZAP. That's my true nervousness with PZAP is that, they may be hearing it, but they're not the ones that actually are applying the code day in and day out. I admit to you, with all the things that I go through with, trying to get permits in the city of Miami, that's how I basically, that was a good way of seeing what the real pitfalls were because I'm going through it. And I'm like, oh, well, why would we do this way? Wouldn't it make better sense to do it that way? So if you have people that represent people on an everyday basis, that when you're seeing these issues time and time again, then it starts to make sense. At least it elevates it to us. so that we can make informed decisions. I'm not saying that everything is recommended to you, you're going to follow, but you at least get an opportunity to hear meaningful discussion regarding issues that came up because of the application of Miami 21.
Okay.
Right, and Mr. Chair, what they do,
After you finish,
Mr. Chair, what they do is they don't forward things to PZAP, right? They don't forward things to us because they have their own political agenda, right? And they say, recommend denial or recommend passage or whatever it is, but they don't forward it to us for us to be the ultimate decision makers, and they play that game, right?
Okay.
And so things can't move forward, and we have this board that doesn't want to do it. And on top of it, they want health insurance, right? Come on. What the heck is that about, right? It's going like an appointed board of people that act independently of duly elected officials is not the right way we should be governing here. And so you're right, Mr. Chair. I mean, you're right. Please.
Madam City Attorney, I heard from the manager. Now I want to hear from you.
If you want to do it the way that the manager is describing and to keep the board, then you have to specifically state we need to do an ordinance, a resolution change, and specifically state the people that you want, the professions that you want in order to address the status issue.
If it already exists. Right now, it's just outside of its parameter because of the timing, right? It was like 180 days, come back with a report.
But to keep the board as is, with the people that each of us name, so we can move forward with this, is there anything that we need to do so that no one is accused of having had a conflict that's in that board?
Right, so you have to do one of two things. You either have to do the waiver process that we talked about 2 commissions ago, or you need to reconstitute the board with specific people, 5 land use people, 5 architects, 5 citizens, like that.
Look, I have no problem to do a waiver. We need to move forward with this. We can't keep getting bogged down constantly that we're not moving forward with it.
Well, let's keep it then.
So, I'm sorry, Commissioner Reyes, but
No.
I'm going to pull back my support of this.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, let me tell you this. If there's the will of this commission, and I'm really glad it is, to keep the board and go forward with it because we are going to have experts on it, I'm all for it. You see, what I wanted to do is I was more concerned about the members of that and how they were, if they were being attacked and all of that, than what the action that we took to form this board and having to have waivers and all of that. I heard also, Vicky, that there was some problems with the state of this. I mean, the board members that we had, and that's what I really didn't want to cost the members that we have picked any at the state level any problems. Could you be inform us about that?
Yes, we can. I'm gonna let George Wysong talk about this part since he had most of the conversations with the state to be able to describe that issue.
Yes. Before we go to George, Vice Chairman, you had your hand up. I want to make sure you get your comment.
Yes, I felt a disconnect with what the manager said and what was interpreted that the manager said. Is the manager implying that we keep the board or that we keep those members of the board as they would come to a charrette or appeal to the PZAP? Because the way I heard him say it originally was that he valued the input of those specialists in a way that they would come and talk to the board or the group. But I didn't understand him to say that we keep the board intact as it is. And I just want to get clarification from the manager.
So for clarity purposes, as it was discussed and suggested by the city attorney, if the intent was to engage in a public charrette process, I felt it was important to make sure that those individuals were included. My preference is to keep the board and keep a Miami 21 task force with the individuals and the professionals that have been assigned to it. That is my preference. And I think we'll facilitate an end game here much quicker and with, I think, with much broader set of solutions and recommendations.
Thank you. And Madam City Attorney, in order to keep that board legally, and I know Commissioner Reyes is bringing up the state issue, would we need to waive per se conflict or the pecuniary conflict? What are we waiving?
So the only thing that you can waive is the per se status conflict, not the pecuniary, because no one can go and vote on something that's going to put money in their pocket. And they're professionals, so they obviously wouldn't do anything like that. But the only thing you can waive would be the status conflict, the fact that they're on the board. That was a recommendation by the state. And Wai-Sung can explain all that better.
I have a question, Madam City Attorney, and I want to ask Wai-Sung. In order, due to the time frame, I mean, that because of COVID and all that, we couldn't get this board meeting and going. Don't we have to end it like this and reconstitute it again? Or what do you recommend if we're going to keep the board? How do we go about it so we are not victim of the time limit?
So my recommendation is that it be rescinded and reconstituted for the sole reason that there's two Commission on Ethics that are looking at this board. There's the State of Florida Commission on Ethics, which issued its opinion. And in that opinion, they indicated that more than two members potentially have a conflict. Probably the majority of the members have some form of conflict. Not saying that they're doing anything illegal or improper, it's just the way the law works. So if we wanted to keep the board as is, the first step is we would have to bring back an item where this commission waives the conflict for those individuals presently appointed. Now, many of those, and the conflict applies not just to the person, but also to the firm they're with. So if another attorney in one of the attorneys' firms or the architect's firm picks up a new client involving the city of Miami, they will have to suspend their activity on the board and come back for an additional waiver each time they pick up a new client. Now, in relation to the timing, the County Commission on Ethics, we requested them to review this board to see if there were any ethical conflicts, and they gave a response that indicated that because this was a task force of less than 1 year, all of the requirements of the County Commission on Ethics, which is more strict than the State Commission on Ethics, would not necessarily apply. They have interpreted over the years that you could create these ad hoc task forces and all the rules wouldn't apply to them regarding status, as we're calling it. But now we're in September heading towards October. So that 1 year requirement is going to be exceeded. And then I just have to inform you that we will have to, in good conscience, go back to the Commission on Ethics to have them do a deeper dive as far as potential conflicts for the appointed board members. So that's why I was saying my recommendation would be to rescind and restart. That way we would reset the clock. The board, once constituted, would then have a full year to be able to review these matters without the fear of the County Commission on Ethics looking at them.
Why has the clock started at all?
I'm sorry?
I apologize for interrupting. Why has the clock started at all? Like, shouldn't the clock start when they first meet as a full quorum?
Well, the way
They already met.
Yeah, they did already meet.
met.
And the resolution indicated, the resolution for the Miami 21 Task Force was adopted in January of this year.
Yes.
So,
when they start meeting.
I think
In
June.
order, now, the interesting thing, and honestly, if I was a private person, I wouldn't go through all of this.
Yes.
Yeah, like, I mean, these people really want to serve and help you out, because the whole filing of the paperwork for each and every, that's a cumbersome, and they're still willing to do that. However, I think that the cleanest way would be to reconstitute it with the positions. That was the recommendation of the state as well. That's another, if you say you want 4 land use, 4 architects, 3 engineers, 3 citizens, you say that, and then so that's why it would be rescind and reconstitute if you want to keep a board.
Right, I am smart enough to go with the opinion that our attorney is given here. And that's what I'm gonna go with. Your opinion to rescind and reconstruct this board with credentials.
Okay.
When can we put this in the agenda next?
Wysong, can we put it on the?
It's a
the 8th?
resolution. It's a resolution, so we could
So
do
the
it
8th.
as soon as possible.
We could put it on the 8th, the reconstitution part. You would
I
take,
would
you
suggest
could
we,
rescind it today.
Yeah.
You could rescind it today, and then we reconstitute it on October 8th.
so I will make a motion to rescind this board today with the provisions that the city attorney drafts a new resolution recreating a new board with credentials.
I second it.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Is there specifications for the credentials or that?
Yeah, can we get some direction to maybe have her work with my office on that?
Well, that's what I would figure would happen, but I'll make it even clearer.
Please.
That you work in the credentials with the city manager, with the planning director, and talk to each of the members of the commission for any further ideas that they have on what are the qualifications.
Perfect.
Okay.
Understood.
Okay, so seeing
There's
no
a motion.
all in the motion say aye.
Second.
Second.
All against? That motion
Madam
carries.
City Attorney, that amends the legislation, correct, that went on the agenda?
Yes,
Yes.
because
Yeah.
I'm working with more people, so yes.
Understood.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, guys, and I'm real glad to see that we are all on the same wavelength, and we want to do what's best for the city.
Was it necessary to have public comment on the motion to rescind? No? Okay.
No, I believe that was part of our, that was part of the resolution, correct, Mr. Wysong?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so to clarify, you're saying that the motion that we just carried is RE4, but it's an amendment to, is that what it is?
Right. It's an amendment to RE4, which we were rescinding, and then you were telling me to work on it.
Okay,
with the-
understood. I
with
wanna
the
make sure,
manager.
because I heard Commissioner Carollo say he was taking back his support. So, but he further clarified then that he's still supporting RE4, but he needed to have direction. Understood. So that passes. All right, I have, we're running short on time.
Yes.
This RE6 is an item that's within my district. I have some questions as it goes to procedure with this, because something seems a little off to me. So what I'd like to do is just continue to the next meeting, so that we can continue on with our agenda and
So moved.
Move, second.
Second.
probably move to continue to the next agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? That motion passes. All right, let's move on to our second reading ordinances. Madam City Attorney, can you read SR1 to the record?
So SR1,
Actually, what I would like for you to do is read all of them into the record.
all of them.
Yes.
Okay, so SR1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 4 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, titled Administration, Department, Resilience, and Public Works Department, Chapter 2, Article 10, subsection 2-8, 2-89 of the City Code entitled Administration, Code Enforcement, Schedule of Penalties, Chapter 22.5, Article 6 of the City Code titled Green Initiatives, Soil Erosion, Waterway Sedimentation, and Airborne Dust Generation Control, Chapter 54 of the Code titled Streets and Sidewalks, and Chapter 62, Article 2, Section 62.12 of the City Code titled Planning and Zoning Comprehensive Planning Fee by providing for resilience and Public Works Department fees for inspection, examinations of plans, compliance with the provisions of the ordinance number 13114 as amended, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, by providing both new and adjusted department fees related to processing, recordation of plats, stormwater pollution prevention plans, right-of-way permits, departmental reviews, processing of deeds of dedication, and quitclaim deeds for the processing and review of other documents conducted by the department, providing for standards for insurance coverage and indemnity by applicants.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Ms. Mendes. Mr. Chairman, can we read them by title? Because I think we've all studied what they are, right? So can we do the whole SR agenda in one motion and read them by title, unless anybody has an issue with any of the SR second reading issues, right? We have 7 of them.
We all went through it.
We have to by law read the title.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. That's what you have to read the whole thing?
No, this is just the title.
That's my title?
That's,
Really?
that's the title.
That's a long title. I mean, in Tallahassee, we had like 2-word titles, like 2-sentence titles, you know?
Yeah.
Welcome to
Well,
Miami.
the problem is that the people in Tallahassee made us read the titles of the ordinances.
I know, but we had short titles, you know, like, chapter 1. It wasn't like a whole, a whole.
Yeah, I swear I'm not reading the whole
Jesus.
ordinance. That's the title. I'm almost done. Penalties pursuant to section 16209 2D Florida statutes for certain civil violations related to public right-of-way containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. I don't think there's any change to that one. Okay, so that was SR1. SR2.
Oh, Lord.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended. This one's shorter. Titled Streets and Sidewalks, the update requirements of improvements and facilities, right-of-way, and permitting and registration requirements requiring seawalls and bulkheads as part of the list of required street improvements in connection with obtaining building permits over certain value and square footage, updating the registration requirements for telecommunication programs, working in the city's right-of-ways to be consistent with the state law containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. SR3, which I believe that one had an amendment. There was a substitution on this one. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 49 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended titled Sewers and Disposal in order to delete obsolete references to the City of Miami's former sanitary sewer system and update references to the city's current stormwater management system, providing for limitation of discharging silted wastewater to the city's stormwater management system containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. SR4. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended titled Streets and Sidewalks to update, codify indemnity, insurance, and surety requirements in connection with sidewalk cafe permits, right-of-way permits, and telecommunication facilities, news racks, and paid telephones containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. SR5, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54, Article 2, Section 54-46 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended titled Streets and Sidewalks, Reconstruction, Excavation, Repair, Agreement, Bond, Paving, Other Improvements by persons submitting plats, replats, etc. to Commission, and Chapter 55 of the City Code titled Subdivision Regulations to modify certain subdivision requirements, processes, and standards, including certain design standards and requirements for division and right-of-way improvements, providing for minimum standards for construction plans, required improvements, including enhancements, seawall, bridge construction standards, requiring street lighting in connection with, and as required improvement for platting, clarifying surveyor requirements to submit and process plans, modifying Section 55-10C for the City Code related to platting exception for single-family homes containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. SR6, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 38, Article 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Parks, recreation by establishing a new section 38-25 titled Naming of Gold Star Family Memorial Mini Park, naming the mini park located at 2300 Southwest 22nd Terrace, Miami, Florida as Gold Star Family Memorial Mini Park, making certain findings relative to the naming of the mini park, directing the city manager to take any and all administrative actions necessary to effectuate the naming of the mini park, including the placement of suitable plaque commemorating said families, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. SR 7, we didn't reset SR 7, correct?
Correct.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending emergency ordinance number 13902 to end the tolling and suspension of applicable deadlines and time periods prescribed in the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, and resolution number R20-0015 adopted on January 23rd, 2020, relating to the Miami 21 report ad hoc task force that were previously suspended by the adoption of the emergency tolling ordinance and providing for an immediate effective date. Since we are rescinding the Miami 21 task force, this part may be moot for based on the ordinance, the resolution that we just passed, but that is what this ordinance is doing, removing the tolling provisions. Chairman, did you want me to read the FRs or did you want to deal with all these SRs first?
Do the SRs now.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move SRs 1 through 7.
We'll probably move.
Well, 7 is moot, right? So.
No, the little provision, but we still have to pass it. We still have to pass it. I may need to.
I second it.
Tweak it based on that.
I got it. I second
Move
it.
and second. Any further discussion?
Yes, briefly, I apologize. SR 1 and SR 3, very important with regard to the silting issues of the disposal of waste into the bay through our septics, our storm sewer system. SR 1 and SR 3 seems to clean things up, but honestly, it does not bring the additional penalties that we were hoping for. In fact, we've learned that state statute keeps us from using code as strong as we would want to against those who dump into the bay. So I would like to direct the manager to utilize the building department director who needs to witness a violation to issue stop work orders where necessary, and create a cooperation with Waterkeeper Miami, who has a volunteer force called 1,000 Eyes on the Water, where they receive any report of a visual disturbance in the water, silting, algae bloom, or whatever. But it'll be on the building director to actually investigate, find the source, and enforce in the moment. Is that something that you can do, Mr. Manager?
I will. I certainly will.
I need us to start now because we had 4 notices of violation this weekend alone within a 4-block radius, and it all dumped into the river. And their notice of violation was a $200 warning. And we need to say, you need to stop work until you address this situation. And I guarantee you they will fix it fast and they'll be back to work the next day. But we need to have that teeth. Thank you. So it's not an amendment, it's just a direction to the manager related to SR 1 and 3 because they don't go far enough.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify what I read about the tolling of the Miami 21 task force is moot just because you just pass an ordinance rescinding it. So it doesn't matter, I've read it, it's fine, but I just wanted everybody to know the action you took, it's rescinded already, okay? In the previous resolution.
Okay. So, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Against? Motion carries.
Again, just for the record, SR 3 was amended.
Madam City Attorney, want to read the first reading ordinance into the record, please?
Yes, I just want to clarify, one of them was reset, FR2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so FR1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 10, Article 5 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, titled Buildings Code Relief more particularly by amending section 10-70 to extend the deadline for the code relief program containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. FR3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended titled General Provisions, more particularly by amending Section 1-16 of the City Code to allow for alternate seals on limited occasions containing.
Madam City Attorney, Mr. Chair, I don't know, but I have a comment on this. I would like to speak about this.
We'll have an opportunity to.
Okay, sir.
Containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. And FR4, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 18, Article 3 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended titled Finance City of Miami Procurement Ordinance, more particularly by amending Section 18-72 of the City Code titled Application and Exclusions, Section 1873 of the City Code titled Definitions, Section 1885 of the City Code titled Competitive Sealed Buildings, Section 1886 of the City Code titled Competitive Negotiations, Competitive Sealed Proposals, Section 18-18 titled Public-Private Partnerships, and Section 18-19 titled Unsolicited Proposals, all to modify and or add electronic submissions and receipt of bids for formal solicitation, removal of the current notice advertisement requirement of publication for each formal solicitation via different newspapers, and updating current language containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. Those are all the FRs.
Okay.
Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized.
Yes, I was wondering why are we allowing everybody to use the seal that they want? I believe in branding, and you see, I haven't seen Chevrolet change the sign. I mean, their logo, and the palm tree. It's I mean, you can. I think we should be consistent on our logo. I don't know, and the seal have to be. I think it has to be consistent. And now everybody has. I mean, the free reign of using any seal for the city of Miami, and I don't think that is right. I mean, I know that maybe the mayor wants to provide us different types of seals. I mean, I'll give us the freedom to do it, but I am very conservative, and I believe that it's a matter of branding. You know, this seal is a seal of the city of Miami, and it shouldn't be a change. I mean, nobody should have the freedom of changing it whatever they please. And it is my opinion, you see. I don't know what would be the purpose of allowing everybody to use the seal that they want. You see?
And we know the mayor's not here to really defend this item. So,
What?
I mean,
Having said that, you know how I'm going to vote on this one. I'm going to pull it out, and then we vote on this one, and that's it. Because I believe that we should be consistent, and there is only one city with one seal and one government.
And the only thing we can do to be fair to the mayor is to continue the item. So
Let's continue this whenever he's here, and because I would like to hear his rationale for this.
I'll take it as the motion. Is there a second?
Second to continue.
To defer, you should bring it up a little bit later today.
Yeah, to defer to the next commission meeting.
Another meeting, or just wait for the mayor to come back on, because I don't really care. I mean, it's no skin off my back to have an
That's
optional
what I'm saying.
seal.
That's why waste time on it? If the mayor's not here right now, he doesn't have to rush to get here.
Yeah, listen, if you want to vote for it and you agree with it, vote for it. If you have majority, I just stated my opinion, and that's it.
No, what I want to say is I don't see the big deal, but I mean, I obviously respect every commissioner's opinion, but I don't see the big deal. It's only an alternative. We're not changing the seal, right? I mean, are we changing the seal? We're just.
That's what I'm saying. Now
getting an
I'm
alternative.
asking questions that you to answer.
He's about to get on.
But the seal, for what I don't understand now, Manolo Reyes, I want to change the seal. I said, Manolo Reyes, City of Miami Commission, and I changed the seal with a palm tree different or something like that. And you see, I believe we got to be consistent. It's a matter of branding. Mr. Mayor, it's nothing against you or anything. I just want to know your rationale. Is it?
I believe I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Reyes. And I understand your thinking, but it's not changing the seal per se, it's changing the colors.
He's here now, so let's recognize the mayor, Mayor Francis Suarez.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we obviously have an official seal. We've had it for a long time. This proposal does not change the official seal. It's not going to cost the citizens any money. This is simply if somebody designs a seal or an alternate form of a seal that we like, that we think is nice, that we want to market, we want to wear for whatever reason, it gives us a mechanism for being able to authorize the use of that seal without creating a legal problem for anybody. And I think it's that simple. It's not complicated. I've had residents that have sent me, what I thought were very nice proposed alternate seals. They're not going to replace the seal. They're not going to be on our city vehicle. On our, we can use them if we want to. But if a commissioner likes it in an alternate form of a seal, and we go through this process, and a commissioner likes it, they can use it. They can use it on their letterhead. They can use it on their, if they want to. But it's not going to create any additional expenses per se or anything like that.
No.
Changing the seal.
No, but I'm not referring, Mr. Mayor. I'm not referring to right now it wouldn't be illogical to go into an expense of changing all the seals of the city of Miami, everything in the city of Miami. What I'm saying is that I believe that we have a seal and we should be consistent. And right now, let's say that I want to, instead of having the pantry on a seal, and I'm going to say, okay, Manolo Reyes, Commissioner District 4, and I want a picture of my house in Cuba, and I could place it in there. That's what I'm trying to, or the photo of my dog, of a photo of my foot. That's what I want to avoid. You see, having people doing that. I think we have to set certain parameters.
Sure.
Because our seal is branding. It's a brand.
Of course.
See? And everybody knows it. You walk around and you see that palm tree and the colors, and immediately you identify the city of Miami. Now, if I have one that there's going to be red and yellow, and then instead of having the palm tree, it's going to have a dolphin on it, and the city of Miami. That's what I want to avoid, sir.
Sure, and this does that, because what this does, it creates a mechanism. You couldn't just by virtue of passing this, you couldn't just put your face or your dog or anything like that on the seal and call it the seal. You'd have to come to the city commission, which, by the way, could always change the seal, right? You can always change the seal by ordinance. So the city commission has that authority, has that power. And this would allow for, rather than changing the seal, like if someone creates an alternative seal or alternative version of the seal that we like, the commission has the power to authorize it. Right now, that does not exist. And this is what it allows for, that mechanism. And that's
okay. Yeah, I'm convinced. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll vote for it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Now, in regard to FR4, that was the ordinance where we were having. I brought up the issue about.
Yes, sir. We did have a problem.
That's right. And so, it brings something to mind. Madam City Attorney, I don't know if SR4 could actually, if it requires the language of it, or I would imagine as well that we would have to bring an item that is more substantive in a different part of the code to address it. But what I would like to do is to protect the procurement, to protect the speed in which CRAs are able to run through procurement scenarios, because we know that they're limited in their time, they're limited in how long the life of them that they are. And so what I found, if we're under the exact same procurement as our cities, we find ourselves in trouble, because a procurement in the city of Miami could go on for 5 years, 7 years, I mean, and that's with fire under the situation. We've seen that in major projects. So my goal would be we shouldn't be on any procurement that lasts 3 years in the CRA. I mean, that's incredible because the idea is to be able to move procurement to eliminate slum and blight in that area within a short amount of time that these CRAs exist. And so my desire is to find a way in our code that we create a section that applies to CRAs that say that CRAs should use this sort of procurement process. And that process would be more relaxed than it would be in our, I don't use, maybe relaxed isn't the best word, but it would be different than what's in our general procurement process in the city of Miami. So I don't know that I'm not necessarily trying to put that in here today, but I want to acknowledge the fact that CRAs, if we're going to have a procurement ordinance by law, right? We have to have a procurement process by law, and it needs to mirror. It says that it needs to be like the
municipality.
Then in our procurement process in the municipality, we should carve out special exceptions, if you will, for CRAs, so that we can move the business of the CRAs quickly because we know that they're under some time restraints.
So we will,
maybe that's
this
direct.
is first reading, right? This is first reading. We'll see if that is something that could be done between first and second reading. We may need to do some different drafting for that. And I really have to see how it jives with the Florida statute language that says that you have to comply pretty much with the municipality that the CRA is in. So I would really need a little bit more research.
Right, and it's fine. And I just want to make sure that whatever language that we use, I want to follow the code. I wanted to follow the Florida statutes. But whatever way that we can ensure that our CRAs are successful, that's what I want to be able to do. And so if it takes an amendment to our code to that says, because say for instance, if we amend the code to add a section that speaks directly to CRAs, then we do that. That way, if the Florida statute says that we need to be able to use the code that applies to the municipalities, there it is. It allows us to do that. So I just wanted us to be mindful of the CRAs and how the CRAs conduct business, because I don't think that the state officials get it. They don't understand CRA, and they don't understand how a simple measure like that can handcuff a CRA from doing good business. Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized.
Yes, Madam City Attorney, as I recall, this same concern was expressed by Commissioner Hartman the first time that this came in, and this will continue. You see, it was the third. That same concern, and when I read down here, it said CRAs by Florida statute must follow local procurement code regulation. Immediately, I remember it was correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner. And you stated that concern the previous time that this ordinance.
Right, it's a little different. It's a little different because it's been clarified that the Florida statutes have been amended and there's a change in law. So what's there is what the law is. And so now I'm trying to move forward. I'm going to vote for this, but I want to move forward with amendments that make the law in our procurement in relation to CRAs.
I do understand your concern, and I agree 100% with you. You see, I do understand and agree with what I'm trying to do is make sure that concern is taken.
We addressed his initial concern about the Florida statute. I read him loud and clear based on this one, but just these electronic changes that are going to be made to the procurement process are supposed to really move along the procurement process in general. So you'll go to.
But you know where I want to go. So even if so, take this as if there's a need to create new legislation to move this thing forward in the idea that I have, let's get that done ASAP. If I can have a road there while I'm here, that'd be great. So by the time I get to the county, I can kind of prepare everyone there. Because I'm obviously going to be a proponent of the CRAs on the county level. And right now, the way that it's kind of set up in the county is that you don't really have that. So we just want to make sure that all of our CRAs are successful and that we use procurement that makes sense for that organization because it's under some different circumstances than the normal procurement would be in the totality of the city of Miami.
We will definitely research that issue and talk to you in the next couple of days because if you want it to pass before you leave, we have to move quickly. So we'll research it accordingly and get back to you.
So is there a motion to approve the FR agenda?
Move it.
Second.
And second to approve the FR agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? That motion carries. All right. Are there any boards and committees that we need to address?
Yes, Chair. DC1, Commissioner Russell will be appointing Andres Altabe. Commissioner Coyle will be appointing Sean Spector.
Say hello. Say hello. Say hello.
The motion.
Say hello. Say hello to everyone.
The motion.
The motion.
Second.
I'll move the second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Okay. Is there anything else on that? It's just that BC1. That's it.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. My apologies, Chair.
No problem. No problem. All right. What I'd like to do now is to address. Have there been any new public comments that have come in for PI number 2? Pocket item number 2.
No new public comment.
Okay. Well, I'll open the floor anyway for public comment on PI number 2. Seeing that no persons that want to speak on public comment for PI number 2, I'm going to close the public comment time for PI number 2. Now, at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve PI number 1 and PI number 2.
Move it.
Probably move. Seconded.
I'll second it.
Second.
Thanks. State on the record. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All against? Motion passes.
Yeah, but hold on, when you say PI 1 and 2,
Yes.
you're talking about my pocket item number 2.
Yes. Yes.
The problem is I haven't put the resolution forward, so.
I guess we understand it to be you were requiring a national search. Maybe that's what we all.
Yeah, but you have to hear me out.
That's
It is to request the manager to advertise for a national search for the next police chief, and he could begin doing it by October 1st, give him some time to put it together. At the same time, that each of us, the elected officials, the mayor and 5 commissioners, appoint an individual that would have to come from top management of law enforcement. Someone that has had the top managerial experience in managing law enforcement, whether a police department or federal, state agencies. That could be from a police chief, assistant chief, a major, an agent in charge of a federal agency, a sheriff, someone at that level, and that they go through the applicants, and out of those applicants, they could interview as many as they want to that they feel are qualified, and they bring back to the city manager and this commission the names of the top 6 candidates that they think are best qualified for this position. Clearly, under a charter, that does not prevent the manager from going outside of that. But I don't think that if we put a group such as this, any manager will want to go outside of that because he's going to have enough to pick from. And I'm doing this because I think that our police department is such an important department, law enforcement, the protection of life and property of our residents and their properties is such an important and the key, most important area of the city of Miami that we should try to get the best from wherever it is. We shouldn't be looking at ethnic background, race, religion, or any other factor except the main one, that is, who can we get that is the best qualified person to bring our police department in moving forward in the most positive way for our residents. This would be a process that would be very open, no politics involved. No one can say there was by doing it this fashion. So that is the motion that we follow.
Madam City Attorney?
I just wanted to state a couple things for the record. One, remember that whenever you form any type of committee, Sunshine can usually attach, and it would have to be public meetings.
Oh,
So
it
to the
definitely would
extent-
be. It definitely
Well,
would
no,
be.
Well, I just wanted to clarify something. If you delegate some sort of authority or they do a short list, then Sunshine attaches. If the manager can clearly disregard every single thing that was said by those individuals and pick whoever he wants, then Sunshine does not attach. So I want
Okay.
to make sure that that is very clear to everyone, that it is the manager that picks. And if he's not going to pick from any type of 5 candidates, he can pick number 100. If that's how everybody understands it, then Sunshine would not attach. And okay.
Madam City Attorney, we would be in violation of the charter if we would say that the manager is forced to pick from there.
Okay,
That's
perfect.
why I have not said that. What I'm trying to do is take a lot of the hard work from the manager so that when he makes a decision, a lot of the fluff has been taken out of it, that he could go right to the meat of it. And it would be clear from anyone that this has been a totally transparent decision that has been made with no political underlinings anywhere.
Okay. Mr. Manager, do you want to be recognized?
Not necessarily. I mean,
Okay.
the commissioner.
Whoa.
Wait. Let me highlight. The commissioner was kind enough to give me a little bit of a heads up on this, so we had a chance to briefly discuss it. I understand the parameters. I understand why he's doing it. I don't necessarily have an issue with it at all. The one thing I would like to sort of explain to the commission, just in terms of the outline, in terms of the strategy here, is that we intend to advertise the position and close it out sometime towards the end of October. So we'll receive applications, obviously, from around the country and locally, regionally as well, whoever wants to apply. And then if it's the desire of the commission to afford me a committee to review those, I'm happy to take the consultation and work from there. I just want to make sure that we understand that if there are going to be appointments, I need those done quickly, because I want to make sure we can move quickly. It may seem like we have a lot of time till Chief Colina is scheduled to leave, but we really don't. Especially when you got to go through the interview process and you got to vet, you got to do backgrounds. There's a lot involved, especially when
There
you're
is.
a police chief. So
There is.
yeah.
And I'm glad, Mr. Manager, you mentioned the timing, because what I'd like to include in the motion is that there would be a 30-day period in advertisement. That I think would be sufficient for us to advertise in. Not necessarily a long process, but not in the shortest of advertising process. One other thing I'd like to mention that the manager is right. While it seems we got a lot of time to do all the things that need to be done in the right manner, it is short on timing. However, I think that since this is something that the police chief doesn't have to resign at the end of January, if this goes a little further, I think the police chief would be amicable to stay a little longer until we finish the process. I would hope so.
No, he's stated that. So he's been very flexible with his time.
Right.
All right, then if that's what has been explained, there's no commissioner that objects to anything that's been stated in explanation of the vote that we just took, and the vote will stay as it is. And I also say that, you know, I mean, it does bring me a bit of, well, I am happy with the fact that the manager is able to disregard or make whatever choice that he would like to make, because obviously that's his right to make a decision. Because Miami is a funny place. And if you think about the nature of the relationship that whoever our new police chief would be has to have with the community, I think it's very, very important that we're able to weigh in on that. Because if you look around the nation, some of these major cities during this time, especially over this past year, you have major cities, police chiefs have been resigning. Right in the midst of all the trouble, they are resigning. So I'm one of those people that believes that yes, it's important to do searches, but we also have to think in context of what's actually happening locally in those places that is national to us. That could be detrimental to a place like Miami. So I'm happy with where we are in Miami. We have managed to find ourselves over time through hard times, but today we are in a place, and I think that most of the people who live in our community will say that we're happy with our leadership in law enforcement. So I wanted to keep that sort of feeling moving forward, because we're going to have some trying times in the future nationally, and Miami could certainly easily find itself on the front page of any national news periodical or media. Senator, you recognize.
We're not going to kid ourselves, right? This is like a monumental decision.
Yes.
These times require a thoughtful, deliberative process to who is named, and we recognize that the city charter gives the manager the responsibility to do that. So, and for the sake of transparency, have you, Mr. Manager, have you had any interviews, any conversations with anyone since Mr. Chief Colina announced that he was resigning?
I have, yes, internally.
Can you, without belaboring the point and going into debate today, I know today's not the day for that. We have a lot of things on our plate. We're going to have time for this conversation. Can you tell us more or less who you've interviewed and what you've gotten from those interviews, so that with the sunshine, we know what's happening, to see where your head is at in this process? Because I think it's a decision that's really, really going to matter to a lot of us. And it's important for us, even though you're going to make that decision, it's important for us to know where you're headed, or where you think you're headed.
So the only people that I've spoken to have been the deputy chief, Papier, Assistant Chief Morales, Assistant Chief Gauze, and we have an upcoming conversation with Assistant Chief Aguilar. Those are the only four, and it was really to reach out to the four that are in the very top levels of the executive staff, to talk to them about the position and gauge their interest.
How does that play into the whole national search scenario?
It complements it. I mean, the national search is not exclusive to discussing the position with internal candidates. The intent was always to advertise it on a national level. And it's really about nothing more complicated than the best person for the job. And that person could legitimately come from anywhere. But it has to be the right fit. I'm pretty clear that, I'm going to ultimately be responsible for that selection, and I'm going to be responsible for managing and supervising that police chief, and that police chief's going to ultimately, their performance is going to reflect on me. So it's really, really important that I make the right decision, but more importantly, that I don't limit myself in terms of candidates, right? So I'm open to receiving and look forward to actually receiving applications from all over, and then I'll properly vet them, I'll interview them, and we'll hopefully have a really, really good candidate. Again, I welcome Commissioner Carollo's suggestion, and I look forward to the candidates that are presented by that committee.
Have you, if I may, Mr. Chair, through you, have you had any external pressures since the announcement that Chief Colina was resigning to go in any particular direction?
I haven't yet. No, not directly.
There's been no organization, no group, no one's come to you or done anything to try to influence the decision-making process?
Not to me directly. No, they have not.
Indirectly?
No. I know that there have been a couple of interested groups that have approached the mayor. He can speak to that if he'd like, but no, I mean, I have not received any direct communication from anybody with regard to this position, any external forces, so to speak.
Do you anticipate some of that happening because of the current climate that we're living in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Chief?
This is why,
May
Commissioner,
I?
I think we need to have a process such as this,
Yes.
that each of us pick a top law enforcement expert that has had sufficient managerial experience that could shepherd us through this process. Individuals that are not going to be bothered by all this external noise from anywhere, and are just going to go out, look at the candidates that have applied, interview those they think they should interview, and recommend the 6 they best feel are the most qualified for the city of Miami. Then we take it from there. We could decide afterwards that the commission wants to interview some of them, none of them. But the bottom line is that upon our charter, the manager makes the pick from that group or from outside the group. But as I said, if we get good people that no one can question their motives, and I'm sure we all are going to pick good people, the process is going to be, I think, a relief to the manager. It's going to let him zero in on a lot other serious work that we have. And it's going to bring us the best candidate at the end. Because these, as you stated, and we all know, are trying times. They're difficult times. They're changing times. And at the same time, we have a very young police force. Police force that needs supervision, that needs strong leadership. And whoever we bring, we have to be sure that they have been scrutinized by the best people that we could bring in. And who best than those in the positions that I mentioned that we will put in the committee.
Mr. Chair, I'm just gonna, I think the Commissioner Villas-Portilla, they made very good questions. And I'm glad that you did. You see, particularly those referring to outside influence or outside pressure. I want to make sure that no outside pressure is going to be determined on who is going to be picked. I think that I agree that we have to pick the best candidate. And Mr. Manager, I trust you that you are going to be totally immune to any outside pressure to pick its particular candidate. I want your word on it.
Okay.
Commissioners, I actually have to, I just want to read you a section of the charter. And maybe exactly what you want to do, we may need to tweak it a little. And it's just sentences, so just bear with me. Neither the mayor nor the city commission nor any committees nor members thereof shall direct, request, take part in, or dictate the appointment or removal of any person in the office or employment by the city manager or subordinates, or in any manner interfere with the city manager or prevent the city manager from exercising his or her own judgment in the appointment of officers and employees in the administrative service. So
Of course, Vicky, but doesn't mean we don't have the conversation in today's political reality.
Conversation,
we know what the charter says.
Right,
The question is, that's why we have a public conversation we're having now, and we can air it out between us. We all recognize that the manager.
All that this committee is going to do is recommend, Vicky.
Correct. Or advise or have the conversation. It's not that it's going to mandate something happening. It's going to have a conversation. That's an important conversation, but you know what? The political reality is that this is a very serious decision. And the weight of that decision is it's a heavy weight, and we have to be aware of that. So you can read the city charter, and I agree with everything. I've read it too, but we have to have this conversation before we embark on a process.
Yes.
So the way that it's been described, based on the resolution that you may vote on now, it's to appoint someone to a committee, that you are appointing people. So to the extent that maybe we tweak that a little, that you can obviously have people participate and then come back and tell you how things are going versus, I mean, take part in is a very...
Well, look, Vicky, I know you have to give us a legal opinion based on the law, and I respect that. But I mean, my God, are we here as elected officials as puppets? So that means any organization, any group, any individual can grab a hold of the manager and tell them what they think. But we can't even name top professionals, police chiefs, agent in charges of federal agencies to give their opinion on who are the best qualified candidates.
So that would be fine.
Because we're also citizens, right? We're also citizens, right?
Some people think we're not, that we have no rights.
We're
We get
also
elected,
citizens.
and we're just here to get a rubber stamp.
Influence the decision-making process. And to say that we don't have a right to influence the decision-making process is absurd. Because we have a right.
Understand.
We have a right, and from the mayor on down, we have the right to influence the decision-making process. Probably, I would argue, because we're elected and duly elected, the mayor is citywide, we're district-wide, to have our opinion is going to matter a little bit more because some people have vested their faith in us to be able to at least give an opinion about this and say this is what needs to happen. The manager makes a decision, the manager will decide. But we want to have the conversation. Whatever methodology you use to have that conversation, it's a different conversation, right? But we still want to have that conversation and give those opinions. What we don't want are external groups for political reasons to come in and try to influence that decision-making process, impact what's best for the city of Miami.
Absolutely.
I think that's what Commissioner
So
Rose wants to do.
since I can't protect you from everything, is it possible that I can ask for an opinion then? Because can I ask for an opinion about the appointment? Because you could do all sorts of things to have the conversation, but when you're appointing to a committee, it could be take part in. Take part in is a very loose, I mean, what does it really mean? Take part in? We know you're not directing. We know you're not requesting. You're fine with that, but take part in the process?
We're not taking part in the
weight of our
process.
words. It's a weight of our political position. It's a conversation. It's not directing anybody. It's not mandating anything. and I want to hear from the mayor also, what his thoughts are on this. It's just giving, letting the people in the sunshine know what we're thinking. That's important, especially during these times.
Commissioner, we have an obligation, and the
course we
people
do.
of Miami expect us to provide them with the most open, transparent, professional way of having the manager select the next police chief. Now,
and I would argue in today's times, it's a moral obligation to be transparent and open and a debate that everybody can hear and say, you know what, we agree, we disagree. We talk about it openly and probably even have meetings about it till we get there. And ultimately, the manager is the one that decides. But everybody, every elected official that cares about our city and that's elected to represent our citizens should have a conversation about this. The charter is a charter and the law is a law, and we're going to follow it. But doesn't mean that we cannot have a conversation as citizens and as elected officials about where we need to go for the good of the city. And to me, that's just common sense.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
let me make a suggestion.
Vice Chairman, Commissioner Reyes, and then I'll come back to you, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Thank you. Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Diaz-Portillo, I couldn't agree with you more about how important it is right now to have a police chief in this moment that strikes the right tone with his own force and with our residents. And there's never been a more important time. We're being judged, and we've gotten it so well so far this year. And that's truly, that's due to our police chief and the qualities that he has possessed. So I would love to have input into who that person might be. But when I saw the pocket item come up, I actually asked Vicky, can you send me the rules on what we can or cannot do? And it's within the charter. And so when I read that we as commissioners cannot take part in the appointment, and we in any manner cannot interfere with the city manager, I really believe that voting yes on this would be a violation of the charter on our part. And I don't think that's worth the risk for us to do in terms of an official vote, especially because that puts us in a very vulnerable position as commissioners. We can always have talks with the manager. We can always, learn how he feels and really hear where he is on this, because our control is the manager. If we believe that the manager is choosing a police chief that will get bad for this city, our remedy is the manager. So
look, I'm sorry,
Commissioner.
Commissioner.
Have to trust him. I'm with you. I want the input. I don't
want this to end up becoming a political process.
I believe it's a violation of the charter. So
just about any manager that I could think of have the sufficient experience to hire a true professional police chief. They don't. That's not the world that they come from. This is why.
You're muted, Commissioner.
You're muted. Somebody muted you.
I'm sorry.
Somebody didn't like what I was saying.
I thought you could hear me.
That never happens, Commissioner. That never happens.
I thought you could hear me, but I was muted. So that was my mistake. But I want to allow Commissioner Russell to finish his comments. And then
I'm complete.
Okay, good. Then we have Commissioner Reyes, and then let's come back to you, Commissioner Reyes.
Okay. Let me make a suggestion. You see, I think that we owe our city attorney reference that she asked for that she should get an opinion, a legal opinion on it from the Attorney General, and bring it up on October 14th. October 8th meeting. I agree. I do agree that nothing wrong with being assessed by a group of people that they are professionals and that they know more about what it is law enforcement than honestly the city manager, the mayor, or any one of us knows. You see, people that they have been in contact with, all the chiefs, they knows the right qualifications for a good chief. I mean, I don't see anything wrong on it. But if it is, I mean, we are violating the charter. I don't want to violate the charter. So the only way that we can know if we are violating the charter or not, or if we can go about it some other place, is by an opinion from the Attorney General, and that's it.
It wouldn't be the Attorney General, it would be the COE, the city, the county COE. Because it's,
Okay.
I can't protect you from no matter what opinion I would give you, I can't protect you from the words in the charter.
Okay,
It would only be the regulating agencies.
Fantastic. My opinion, and I don't know if my fellow commissioners would be agree with me. Go after that, because I personally, I agree with Commissioner Curtis. But if it's going to create a problem, I mean, I don't know if I know you're afraid, or you know the charter well, but the consequences of doing this, could be determined by the legal opinion that you are requesting, and just go for a legal opinion, and we'll get it from there. Maybe we can go around it in another way, you see, and still receive the input from professionals.
So,
Are you saying that we have to go before Madam City Attorney?
I would ask the Miami-Dade County COE for an opinion. And I would give them a time. Miami-Dade County, the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics.
Yeah, but who's the CEO now?
The executive director, Arojo.
Okay, all right, so the executive director is the CEO there.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I will ask for
Everything.
a special...
Everything you've said is correct. Everything.
That's
The
right.
only part is the words take part in are so amorphous. So we really need to change the charter.
Well,
I
then
mean-
you know what?
We should.
Let's put a charter change for the next commission meeting so we could clean this up, because since I was a young man, I was always told by the state attorney's office, by everybody involved, that the charter was a certain way.
Mhm.
All the other cities that we have in Miami-Dade County that have identical charters almost to us, that's what they say. All of a sudden, there are people trying to say that we as commissioners are scarecrows. We have less rights, they're telling us, than the regular citizen out in the street.
Yeah.
So then what the heck are we up here for?
That's the whole point, right?
That's the
Well, I mean, we're elected to act for the
As elected
residents
officials.
that elect us. I believe strongly that none of us should be giving orders to a manager. There was a system that was established for the right reasons many years ago. But my God, this is nowhere near crossing that line that we're giving a manager any orders.
Mayor
And
Suarez.
what I'm trying to do is give the people of this city what they deserve, the best professional police chief that we possibly can in the most open process that we can.
That's right.
Allowing the manager to pick and make that choice.
Thank you very much. Mayor Suarez, you're recognized.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
I used my little raised hand thing. Did it work? Did you see it up there? Do you guys see it up on? Okay, good. I wanted to listen. First of all, I concur with essentially everything that's been said here. I have a lot of faith in the manager and his ability to choose the best person without falling victim to any sort of influence. I have absolutely no problem with law enforcement professionals or former law enforcement professionals who could guide us in that process at some level, right? Whether it's reviewing applications, where it's interviewing people and all that.
Yeah.
And I very, very, very much agree with what Commissioner Carollo just said, which is there's 4 sentences in that subsection, which is that need to be deleted. Frankly, they really do. And I think we have the ability as a commission, you have the ability really to put that on the next agenda and you can put it on a ballot. This thing can be taken care of before you get the, COE opinion, actually, because it might take you more than a month to get the Commission on Ethics opinion, but you could have it resolved by charter in 45 days or 40 days. So I would strongly urge you, because not only is the provision problematic, but it essentially creates criminal penalties, which could result in your removal from office, or from anybody's removal from office, which I think is ridiculous. When, I sat in that chair for 8 years as a commissioner, 3 years as mayor, and to think that if you say the wrong thing to the manager one day in passing, you can be guilty of a crime and be removed from office is absurd. It makes absolutely no sense, and I think it should be deleted. And I would urge you all, and I would strongly support an effort to put it on the ballot and get, because it'll solve not only this problem, it's going to solve so many more problems going forward.
You're not going to be able to get this in the ballot for November.
That was going to be my question.
We don't have time.
Do we have time? Do we have time to?
There's no time.
November 3rd?
There's no time.
No, there's no time.
Well,
And
I
we're
don't
not
think
going to
so.
get any help either from the county mayor to get on the ballot. So
And absentee ballots are coming out.
Well, regardless, I still think it's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea too.
I still think it's a good idea. You might as well, I would
for next year,
I'd strongly support you doing that.
Okay, so Madam City Attorney, the pocket item that the commissioner put forth, that was a pocket item that the city attorney's office approved in its form, right?
Which one?
Pocket item number 2.
No, unfortunately, I did not have an opportunity to discuss this one with the commissioner.
So then that means that we need to have a motion to reconsider pocket item number 2 then. So that we make sure that we're not running afoul of the code.
well,
So let me ask
Subject
you
to,
something,
Mr.
we
Manager,
can do
you
an
hear me?
amendment,
Hold on,
subject
can I ask
to an
something?
opinion.
Can I ask something?
At a time, I'll let you ask the question, Senator.
A question is this. We can have a full-fledged debate about this without any kind of direction or any kind of pocket item. We can have the same conversation on a different date in a special meeting to talk about this. Because I think the police chief and the naming of police chief matters. It's a big deal. It's a big decision for the city manager. And our input and our conversations and what people are telling us, in light of what's happening in this country, it's important that we at least give our opinion of what should happen here. Not that we're going to mandate or dictate or have a committee to do it or a pocket item. That's not acceptable to our city attorney. It's just a conversation about it. And what's wrong with that conversation? So that our city manager, who is appointed by our mayor and approved by us, knows what his collective bosses think about this. Why is that important? And why are we not? We need to understand that. How we do it, and that's different.
That's right.
How we do it within the charter. I agree with our mayor that those lines need to be taken away from that charter. That's absurd. Because these are difficult times in our country and in our city, and we need to make sure that we do this right. That's my only point. So why not have a conversation about it? Not tonight. Now's not the right time. We got big things to talk about, like our new district office and everything else we can talk about. But at some point, we need to have this conversation before that. And it's a 30-day process that Commissioner Carollo wants, because he wants finality once again, which is important. It's a 30-day process, and make it a 30-day process. If the manager makes a decision, but can we mandate a 30-day process? Can we put a timeline on it? Even if he makes a decision? And can we have a special meeting on October 16th to talk about it? Or whenever it is? To kind of like have everybody's input into this process, and then the manager says, okay, I got everybody's input, I have all the information, I've done all the interviews, and now I decide that I want the name X. But at least it's a thorough process that we all kind of chimed in on. And what's wrong with it? I think the people that we represent will love that. They want that to happen. We
Well,
want our mayor's opinion.
let me be clear. When I voted
What am I missing?
when I voted for a manager, I voted precisely for that. I didn't vote for a king that can do as he please unchecked. And this goes to Mr. Noriega or anybody else that we could have chosen. So it's not with him personally. I presented something that is, my God, how can anybody say that we're trying to take advantage and try to put someone that we won? On the contrary, I've come up with a process that is almost bulletproof, if I may use the expression, that it's going to be above board. It's going to be very transparent. You're going to have some of the best law enforcement minds that manage law enforcement, that understand what you need in a police chief to give an advisory opinion, giving you the 6 people that they think are the best. Never in my mind would I think that this would come to this discussion. I still don't believe that what has been read, and I've known and I've read that numerous times throughout the years, it's a violation of the charter. Frankly, when I'm threatened that, oh, they could take you out of office, you know what? Might do me a hell of a favor. And I'm going to have the last laugh. The day that I leave here, you'll know why I said that. But, you know, if we have to be in a situation that we rubber stamp that this is going to become a political process, I want no part of it.
No.
So can I jump in here and maybe get this entire concept and idea kind of moving along? Vicky, you know, I'm gonna advertise this and post it early next week. Commissioner Carollo, if you can do me the favor, I was gonna deadline it out October 23rd, which is roughly about 3.5 weeks. Is that enough time? Is that enough, you feel?
Manager, if you get sufficient people to apply from around the country, around our county, around our state, it might be.
Okay.
But, you know, I don't know why a week's time could be that bad of a time.
It's not. I had just wanted to, you know, obviously tighten the time frame as much as I could. I don't have any issue extending it a week. But let me kind of get to the point of what I was going to try to say. Madam City Attorney, if I'm accepting of the recommendation, right, doesn't that mute any potential idea that there's any interference at all? Would you really need an opinion at that point?
So the only thing, I have not said you can't have a conversation. I have not said that this isn't something. The only thing that I was a little worried about is an actual appointment by a commissioner to a committee. That is it.
But if that committee is simply an advisory committee, I'm comfortable with that, and I'm comfortable with that. Does it really require an outside opinion?
Right. The only thing is because of the appointment of someone, it's the take part in. That is take part in. We all take part in things every day. I know nobody's directing. I know nobody's requesting anything.
See,
But
Attorney,
unfortunately,
I think take part in, appointing people is taking part in. I would agree. That's too easy.
it's just very, it's such a bad definition. It's bad. It's written poorly. It's tying your hands. Take part in can be anything. And
How
so that's the
about
only
if we
appointing.
reword it? How about if we reword it? And on the record, I basically state that I will constitute a committee to advise,
Absolutely.
right?
That's it.
And then I will
take
take
public comment and give us
recommendations.
2
I will
minutes to-
take recommendations from the commissioners for people, for the individuals to constitute that committee.
In other words,
I
the
would
manager makes the
request-
committee.
I would request that we do not make any type of appointments for now. And then, depending on how your process goes, is whether I need to even request an opinion.
I don't really know what that means. Look,
That means I'm asking for the commissioners not to appoint anybody at this time. That's all
But what
I'm
if they're
asking.
not appointing?
Madam
What
City
if
Attorney, what if
I'm
you
appointing
listen?
them?
Because
I'm
you're being,
appointing.
No, I'm listening. I am listening
You're not.
very well. Yes, I
you're
am.
not, you're not
Yes, I
No,
listening.
you're not. No, you're not.
Okay.
No, you're
He,
not.
All right.
he's saying not to take a vote tonight.
No,
He's saying that he is going to make
The appointment.
the appointments himself. He's just gonna ask each of us if we have anybody in mind.
I would request everyone, please. I am always a problem solver. I am always giving you good advice.
Can we
I am-
request that we get 2 minutes of public comment? Is that okay? Can we do that then? Is that okay? Is that within the charter? That we have 2 minutes to testify before our city manager?
You know what I'm coming to the conclusion of? The only people that have a say so in our city these days are bar owner thugs, gangsters, that just want to pay off our people, elected officials that get all the crap, frankly, are more honest than a lot of those that are in many of our different departments. And they all have more rights than we do.
Vicky,
I would request,
hear
I
me-
really never ask
hear-
you guys
hear me
for
for a
for
minute.
these types of things.
Vicky, hear me for a minute. The city manager just said, I will form the committee. I will form the committee.
I would request that he forms his own committee at
The
this time.
committee, and
That's what
then,
he's saying.
And
That's
that's what
what
he's saying. He's saying, hold on a second, he's saying, I'm,
And the committee could be David Winker or
Right.
it could be
Whoever.
Alcides Portilla, Joe
Whoever.
Ferraro,
The
I
right?
will
pillars of
form
our
the committee.
community.
Could
That's
we,
right.
could we take a 5-minute recess, please? I just think everybody's very excited about this topic. Just
No,
a
we're not.
5
Actually,
No,
I'm very
I'm not,
calm.
I'm not,
We're
I'm
just not
not.
agreeing with you. That's all.
I understand, I
I'm very
understand,
calm. I'm
but
very relaxed.
can we just take a 5-minute recess, please?
If you
Yes,
want one, I don't want one. I don't need
I
one.
would request, please, if possible.
Okay.
Let's-
Okay.
I think,
According to you,
I think the issue is very important. A 5-minute recess is appropriate.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
okay.